Well, and a very, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And just like that, we have arrived at day 9 of the 2025 Melbourne Royal Show. And before we get into the nitty-gritties, Casey, good morning to you. You're looking absolutely resplendent up here this morning.
Well, thank you so much, Steve. It is Garryowen Day. As you can see, our judges and stewards down there are all dressed as well. So it's like going back to the races for me. I'm actually very excited. You know, I'm wearing my 90th anniversary Garryowen earrings and my 85th anniversary Garryowen scarf. Not that really anyone's listening, but that's kind of what I've got on.
Well, that's really cool. And, of course, there's a buzz about the stables. There's a buzz about the broadcast box. There's a buzz about the steward's room. It has to be Garryowen morning. And so I suppose we better get on with our formalities. And good morning and welcome, as I said, to day 9 of the 2025 Melbourne Royal Show. And on behalf of the Melbourne Royal President, Mr. Matt Coleman, with whom I had a chat with in the members' dining room last night, and he's excited for us all down here today. We wish you all a very, very warm welcome to this, the 177th running of the Melbourne Royal Show. And it's also a great pleasure, as I've already said, to be working with my absolutely beautiful co-announcer this year, Casey Bruce. And, of course, all the hard-working Horses in Action committee who are absolutely working today. Bernie Hearn, our chair, Dean Matthews, the chief steward, Warren Warboys, the ringmaster down there, Peter Clossy, Liz Porter, Leanne Taranto and Callum Taylor.
Well, we'd also like to offer a very warm welcome to our judges, stewards, redcoats and hard-working volunteers, our photographers. I can see my best friend down there. Everybody else that all combined to make this show one of the Blue Ribbon premier royal shows here in Australia. So once again, on behalf of Melbourne Royal Horses in Action Committee, welcome to the 2025 Melbourne Royal Show. Steve, someone here this afternoon, just after midday, is going to be crowned and put their name etched into our Melbourne Royal Hall of Fame in a sense of having the prestige of winning a Garryowen.
Well, history is created. This is our grand final case, so yes, history will be created here today. And I've also wished to acknowledge down there our redcoat bunk up boy, Mr. Chris Walmart. Good morning to you, Chris. Good to see you out there looking $1,000,000.
I don't know whether he can hear or whether he's ignoring us, but welcome, Chris. It's great to have you out there this morning. Doesn't our ring look amazing? This is a good day. Everything's set to impress. As we said, this is our grand final day here. Even though we still have 2 more days of competition to be had, this is Melbourne Royal's big one. This is the big day. And we start our big day very, very shortly with our Pemberton Equestrienne Turnout. So very much looking forward to getting the ball rolling on our turnouts.
Well, that's right, Casey, and today's forecast, it looks a little bit overcast at the moment, but we have a top temperature forecast today of 18 degrees. It's cloudy, high chance of showers most likely during the morning and the afternoon. Lightish winds, 20 to 30 kilometres, tending to southwest in the middle of the day, and then becoming lighter this afternoon. So weather conditions should be fine. Going conditions should be fine. Horses will look resplendent. Judges are ready, looking fine. I think we're ready to roll.
I reckon we are, and I can see down there our Pemberton entry is not too far from coming into the arena. So very shortly we'll kick off the very first of our classes out here on the main arena. It is Class 1A3, the Pemberton Equestrienne Turnout.
And as we welcome our first horse onto the arena, ladies and gentlemen, the judges are waiting. It's time for the show, so pick up your reins and come on, let's go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, of course, the Pemberton Equestrienne Turnout is open to riders 12 years and under 15 years of age. And there are no restrictions of height for our horses entered out there. And, of course, Jack Pemberton, very near and dear to me, being a long-term mounted marshal. So Jack Pemberton succeeded his father as the Chief Mounted Marshal at the Melbourne Royal Show from 1947 until his death in 1990. So 43 years, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Case, I pushed up towards 30 years, and another 13 years is just a remarkable effort.
It is indeed, and it's wonderful to see that, as we've saying throughout our show, that we honour and remember those that were so dear to Melbourne Royals. So it's great to have all of these things named after people that were so synonymous and had great partnerships out here with everything that we're doing from our agriculture sector. So this is just another example, as you said, Steve, of why we have these classes, the Jack Pemberton Equestrienne Turnout. Now, remembering, I know that we're only talking to those that already are in the know, but just in case you've forgotten, we have our turnout judging point system. So as we mentioned, conformation and soundness is 50 points. Manners and paces will be 40 points. Riding ability, we have 50 points. General appearance, 20 points. Costume, 20 points. Saddlery, 20 points, to total 200 points. Now, I know what we haven't done, because I know that we are live streaming. So there will be plenty of people who can't make it today that are watching our turnouts, especially when we bring in our Garryowen. To all of those on the live stream, it is a very warm welcome to you all. Thanks for tuning in and watching our live stream here at Melbourne Royal, because this is our big day. This is what you're watching for. Someone will be crowned the winner of the 2025 Garryowen Equestrienne Turnout later today. But as you can see on the screen at the moment, this is the Jack Pemberton Equestrienne Turnout. It's class 183.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our first horse onto the arena, and of course this is our Garryowen arena, and it's in class number 183, our J. Pemberton Equestrienne Turnout, and it's exhibit number 938, Treeley Park Casino Royale, ridden by Evangeline Parsons. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have our very first result for the day, and it's a result from class number 183, and it's our Pemberton Equestrienne Turnout, and we'd like to call forward our winner. Exhibit number 938, Treeley Park Casino Royale, ridden by Evangeline Parsons from Lilydale here in Victoria. And this particular horse has been nominated by the Richards, Parsons and Davis families. And of course, Casey, these junior turnout events are the precursor to the big one. So young Evangeline hit down here will hopefully continue on her journey going through our turnout classes and eventually become one of the younger riders in our Garryowen.
Well, this is where it all starts, isn't it? You get a bit of a taste for what is our turnout classes out here at Melbourne Royal, and then to obviously the Luke, then to things like the Garryowen, or if not a Garryowen, an Esquire. So these are our turnouts that all of our young ladies and or gents strive for. And it's absolutely wonderful to see this magnificent picture out here at the moment. So it's very shortly you will see that we've got a lovely product pack down there, supported and sponsored by International Animal Health. I think it's Eliza and Shannon down there. So welcome this morning, you guys, looking absolutely beautiful as they have been sponsoring and supporting throughout our show all year this year and have been for as long as I can remember. So it's great to have this relationship ongoing throughout Melbourne Royal with International Animal Health. Ruth Moody is also down there. So Ruth, thank you so much for joining us with our Pemberton presentation. It's lovely to have you out there too, and what a beautiful photo opportunity this is for you, Ruth. And that magnificent garland too. So ladies and gentlemen, as we said, this is open to riders 12 years and the age of under 15 years. So it's lovely to see this little picture down here.
And of course, Casey, this particular class has been held in the memory of the late Jack Pemberton. And Jack Pemberton was a long-term redcoat here at the Melbourne Royal for well over 43 years.
Well, we might be a small crowd down there at the moment because most of our equestrian competitors are getting ready with other turnout classes. But give this young lady a round of applause once more as she makes her way out of our arena. Congratulations to Evangeline Parsons and Treeley Park Casino Royale, number 938. So well done as she comes out all smiles. Well done, young lady. Give us a nod. Will we see you in a Garryowen one day? I don't know if she heard me. She's so focused on her win. But anyway, congratulations.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome onto our competition arena, our next event of the day. And it's class number 182, the KG Luke Equestrienne Turnout. And the KG Luke Equestrienne Turnout is open to riders 15 years of age and under 18 years of age. And there's no restriction of height for our horses in this particular competition. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a turnout class which will be judged on the following point system with one judge assigned to one criteria. And the scale of points is conformation soundness, 50 points, manners and paces, 40 points, rider ability, 50 points, general appearance, 20, costume, 20, and saddlery, 20, giving us a possible total of 200 points. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we welcome onto the arena our next class for the day, class number 182, the KG Luke Equestrienne Turnout. Well, we welcome our first horse out to work on our workout arena down here in the KG Luke Equestrian Turnout. And it's exhibit number 828, and it's Yodella Da Vinci, ridden by Azali Mills from Romsey in Victoria. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next horse to work is DQ Stampede and Harriet Davis from Lilydale in Victoria. Well, our next combination to work, we welcome Merrick's Fiore and Annabelle Richardson.
Well, we've had 3 horses working already, and now we've got 3 more to go with this combination currently out on our main arena at the minute. It's wonderful to see our turnouts out here in full swing very shortly. In about a half an hour, we bring out the big one. But this one is a stepping stone. These girls and guys, if we have any gentlemen, I haven't seen the actual lineup yet, but I will have a look. No gentlemen, unfortunately. Well, look, to be honest, this is the stepping stone for these young ladies down here into the Garryowen. So it is one of those things with their age group that they are next step into either a Garryowen or into an Esquire. So it's wonderful to see them out here at the moment on our main arena.
Well, our next horse to work is number 473, KT Song and Dance, ridden by Estelle Gore Johnson from Baxter in Victoria. Well, our next combination to enter our work arena is exhibit number 1242, Co-Conspirator, and Winter Schultz from Sydney in New South Wales. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is our final horse to be judged down here in the KG Luke Equestrienne Turnout, and we'll await for our judges to collate their scores, and we'll be back shortly with a presentation for the 2025 KG Luke Equestrienne Turnout. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now have our results in for class number 182, and it is our KG Luke Equestrian Turnout. And in reverse order, I'll call forward our fifth horse, and congratulations go to our combination and fifth placing, and it is exhibit number 1242, Co-Conspirator, ridden by Winter Schultz from Sydney in New South Wales. Fourth place, we call forward exhibit 1506, DQ Stampede and Harriet Davis from Lilydale in Victoria. Third placing goes to exhibit 828, Yodella Da Vinci, ridden by Zali Mills from Romsey in Victoria. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we call forward our runner-up. And our runner-up in the 2025 KG Luke Equestrian Turnout, we call forward exhibit 473, KT Song and Dance, ridden by Estelle Gore-Johnson from Baxter in Victoria. So, ladies and gentlemen, that leads us with our winner. And it is, of course, exhibit 593, Merrick's Fiore, ridden by Annabelle Richardson from Mount Moriac in Victoria. So congratulations down there to our winner and our placings. And Casey, as we've already indicated this morning, very much the apprentices to the big dance later in the morning.
Well, this is the thing. Annabelle Richardson, Estelle Gore-Johnson, Zali Mills, all these names that we're looking through down here will probably one day be out in our Garryowen. They've been riding for as long as I can remember. In fact, Steve, we've watched all these young ladies come through the riding ranks to the age group that they are now. And it's an absolute pleasure to see them out there at the moment for what is the KG Luke Equestrian Turnout. So remembering that the KG Luke Perpetual Cup was first introduced here in Here we go. Hang on. I'm missing a number here. So just before I say that, I'll make sure that that number's not there. But anyway, here we go. Named after Kenneth Luke, who served as a Melbourne Royal Council member from 1950, here we go, until his passing in 1971. It is awarded to the winner of the KG Luke Equestrian Turnout for girls and boys aged 15 to 18 years. And as you will see out there at the moment, we'll have a rug and a garland supported by L&B floats. Fantastic floats. I've been watching plenty of L&B floats being driven through the showgrounds in the last couple of days, and as well a product pack from International Animal Health. And you can see Eliza out there for the photo for this particular class. So once again, thank you so much to our sponsors and supporters throughout our KG Luke Turnout.
Well, yes, and of course Litz and Bernie have been suppliers of quality floats here in Victoria for many, many years now, and wonderful sponsors. So we thank all of our sponsors, Casey. These types of events will run, but not quite as nice. And the prizes that we have from our sponsors are greatly received by Melbourne Royal Horses in Action Committee.
Well, it's true. I've actually been out and had a look at the L&B floats, and they were very accommodating, showing me everything that needed to be input into a float and how they make them and what they do. So it's wonderful to have their sponsorship out here. And as we've mentioned with International Animal Health, well, they've got all things from liver mole to biowormers, you name it, they've got it. So they're a wonderful first stop shop for anybody that's looking for some products from International Animal Health.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our winner of the 2025 KG Luke Equestrian Turnout, Merrick's Fiore and Annabelle Richardson.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as I look around, the excitement is building because we are not too far away off the start of our Garryowen Equestrienne Turnout. What a magnificent morning it is out there. It's not too cold just yet, so we're going to all sit back, relax and watch and enjoy what is the spectacle of the premier equestrian turnout here at Melbourne Royal. So very shortly we'll get underway with the proceedings. As you take your seats, relax, and wishing all the competitors, riders, families, all the best of luck.
Well, Casey, down here on our Horses in Action arena, and of course it is the first Friday in October, which is the Garryowen Day.
It's our big one. It's the one that we have all been waiting for. It's the one the riders have been waiting for. The families and years and years and years of effort or dreams are about to go the way of our riders down here. Who will get our winning and placing sashes? Who will win the McKinnon? Who will win the Off the Track Award? There is so much to be had, but also not to forget we've got our first years as well. So many events to get through out here for our Garryowen as we watch the very first of our riders make their way out onto our main arena, Steve.
Well, that's right, Case, and of course this is the esteemed event, the Garryowen, and the Garryowen Trophy has always been coveted by show hack riders in Victoria as the pinnacle in achievement of the show ring, and the Garryowen Trophy is based on the tragic events which occurred on a balmy March evening way back in 1934, and we will explore the story of Garryowen and Violet Murrell during the event in further detail, but I think, Casey, we've got a very big field this year.
We do. It's a wonderful field, so I can't wait for this to get underway. Not to forget, if you are out there and you're watching our scoring, I know most of you will be family members or part of a team for the Garryowen, but we also have a great deal of general public that come in to watch this award. So just to reiterate for everyone how our mounted turnouts work, and that is our turnouts are judged on the point system. And here we go. Conformation and soundness is 50 points. Manners and paces will be 40 points. The riding ability is 50 points. General appearance, costume and saddlery, each of those sections is 20 points each, totaling 200 points. So this is what we are looking at the moment as we take the opportunity to see the costume being looked over on the very first of our horse and rider combination, and that is that of 1838. It's Jessica Durtell.
Well,
well, Steve, we've got plenty of judges out here this morning. We welcome our stewards and our judges. We've got Anne Horth, Melissa Ridout, Claire Simpson, Warren Coyle, Karen Fisher and Sophie Kelly. So we welcome all of our judges and our stewards. It's a very busy morning for them, bidding their points together and giving them back for the calculation, Steve. And as you can see, it's a great shot there of Jess. You can see the attire that is so synonymous with that of the Garryowen. Look at that beautiful stock.
Well, that's right, Casey. And for those people who are here today and indeed watching on from home live streaming, this event is judged in a series of steps. So step number one, we see our combination coming down there, and our rider will dismount. And the first step of the judging process will be the saddlery judging. Our rider will then go down and be judged for the outfitting, and then we come back to the competition arena, and the competition arena will consist of a workout, and then after that there will be a confirmation judge. And as Casey has already indicated, there's a possible 200 points that will be allocated to each of our combinations, and obviously at the end of the day, Case, the combination with the highest points shall be awarded the Garryowen winner.
Well, just quickly before I head downstairs, because as everyone knows, I love being out there with our riders. So let's speak a little bit about what our winning rider will receive. So everyone knows our Garryowen Garland, well, it's famous here at Melbourne Royal. And the 2025 Garryowen Garland, let's have a little chat about it now. So thanks again to Lynn Milburn for this. And she says that it is a privilege to be able to create a silk flower garland for one of the most beautiful equine events. The garland has approximately 150 roses and an assortment of similar roses to complement the white roses being the main flower. The garland has a photo of Violet Murrell and Garryowen printed on a plaque, very kindly given and used by Sally Murrell-Rich. Every winner for the last 91 years has had a handwritten card beautifully presented by Vicky Jones. It also has a magnificent gold tie pin supported by Jennifer Edwards Jewellery from the Tyab Packing House, valued at around $1,800. The garland also comes with a leather headstall handmade by Melissa Rideout from Rideout Equestrienne Leatherwork. Thanks to Quinoa from Exclusively Equine for finding the material for the back of the garland. Thank you to all that have helped make this garland possible, says Lynn, that being Diane Warbiles, Melanie McLaughlin, Tian King, Lorna Cavill, Glenn Milburn, and all the effort from everyone, which is greatly appreciated. The value of this year's garland, ladies and gentlemen, that you'll see on our winning recipient, whom will that be? Well, the value of it is approximately around $2,500. So there you have it, Steve, a little bit about our beautiful garland that's become so famous here at Melbourne Royal.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our very first combination onto our competition arena in the workout, and it is exhibit number 1838, and it's Holland's Bend Fronturna, ridden by Jessica Durtell from Romsey in Victoria. Holland's Bend and Fraternite and Jessica Turtell have just completed the first workout of the day, ladies and gentlemen, in the 2025 Garryowen Equestrienne Turnout. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next exhibitor to enter the Garryowen workout arena is Entelli, My Signature Move, and Georgina Batten.
Well, Steve, we've seen the very first of our rider and horse combinations hit the Garryowen ring, and if you have a little look here, I'm not short. Yes, I was a jockey, but I'm still not the shortest jockey going around. This bloke is a very, very big horse indeed. Jess, tell us about this gentleman.
So we call him Darcy, HB Frat Knight. He's currently on lease to us at Future Farms, teaching a group of riders to ride the dressage and have some fun in the showing, and owned by EBL Park up in New South Wales. He's been doing the dressage quite recently as well, so he's doing a bit of everything, which has been really super, and I couldn't be more grateful today to get to ride him and that he carried me around so super, and I'm really happy with him.
I was going to say, Jess, we had the rider draw on Wednesday night. It actually was a really funny spectacle because for everyone that wasn't there, the number one, Jess was one of the ones later down the list, and the number one still wasn't there, and someone had to get it. But look, I'm actually saying that if anyone I feel out of all the riders was there that can handle pressure, I reckon you would have handled it the best. How did you set yourself up for this morning?
Just making sure I had a great team around me, everybody behind the scenes that helped me get ready. Rachel coming and plaiting him this morning, Peter and my mum making sure myself and the horse are ready, Zali and Belinda being behind the scenes, Andy doing catering, Chris doing my hair. It really does take a village to get you in for the Garryowen, but it's one of the most amazing classes you'll ever do, and everybody is so supporting and helpful, and I'm wishing everybody the best of luck.
Well, there you go. Congratulations to you, Jess. The nerves are all done and dusted. It's all done. Now you just get to sit back, relax, and watch everybody else.
Well, our next combination to work, exhibit number 1884, and it's Warrawee Impresario and Elizabeth Crawford.
Well, Steve, as we're back in the lineup here, I might just quickly take the opportunity to talk to Georgina Batten, who, of course, is a first-year competitor this year. Bit of a tough ask, Georgie, coming out here for a first-year second rider, second cab off the rank, as they say. Now, because Jess and I were having a lovely conversation over there, I actually didn't get the opportunity to have a look at your workout. Take us through it.
Oh, she did everything right. I could not be happier with her and her workout. She lengthened where she wanted, cantered perfectly, which in this saddle I'm really happy about, and yeah, couldn't ask for much more in her work.
Take us through being that of the first year, the stature, what it means to you about being out here on this particular day.
Oh, it means everything to be out here today with a mare I absolutely adore, and yeah, I am loving every second of it, even if we're second on. So yeah, really enjoying it. I would not be out here without the help of Ebony Lee and all the Lee family to get me out here, so really.
May I ask what time the team kicked off this morning? What was your morning? Was it relaxed? Were you calm, cool and collected?
Relatively. It was a nice 4 o'clock start for the morning, and I think everything went really smoothly.
Well, us horse people, we know how to get up early. That's one thing we do so well. Well done to you. You can sit back, relax and watch the event unfold.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our next combination to work, and it is exhibit number 838, SLM Showman and Angelina Perdrasat.
Well, as we're doing all morning this morning, it's great to get the perspective of our riders as they've been out onto our main arena. And Lizzie, it's great to have you out there this morning. Take us through your workout again. I've been doing interviews, so I'm not saying I should stop chatting so I can actually watch the event. How did your big beautiful boy go?
He actually gave me an awesome ride today. I'm very proud of him, and it's just an honour to be out here on a horse like this, so I couldn't ask for anything more.
You're a cool, calm and collected rider. You've been out here, you've done it all before. Take us through your morning. How do you prepare yourself for this particular day?
I had wonderful Penny plait him for me, but I actually saddle him myself. I'm a bit funny about if something was to go wrong and someone else had done it, I'd rather have my own responsibility, and it's just easier. Keep it simple, keep it is how it is at home, and it's always him and I, so why change it?
The gear, the preparation of the saddlery, of the costume, everything. How long does it take to get ready? In terms of months, you've got fittings, you've got gear. Take us through that.
I'm very lucky. Monica Croston, she found a lot of this stuff, and with Wagner's help as well. And Andrea, she helps find the little bits and pieces just to finish me off each year. And it's just nice. Once you sort of feel like you've got it right, just keep it as it is, and if it works for you, it works for you. No need to go over the top, just do what you feels right.
Well, I think that's wonderful advice. Thanks, Lizzie. Good luck in the Garryowen.
Well, our next combination to work is number 747, and it's a MacArthur Park Star Soprano, ridden by Holly Hildebrandt.
Well, everyone, I'm here with Angie. She's just the very first of our, well, not the first, the second of our first-year competitors to come out, but also eligible for the McKinnon Medal and our off-the-track, the very first of our thoroughbreds. And as I said, I've got great nails for thoroughbreds. They do love a good scratch, and he's enjoying every minute of this at the moment. Take us through your day. How does that feel, your very first Garryowen?
It was good to get it done. The horse is very green. He's still learning. This is a huge atmosphere for him. But I'm really glad to be here, and I'd like to say I was also riding for my friend Anne Methrell, who died recently. She was very kind to me. And so, yeah, it's a big thing for me to be here. I've always wanted to do it, and just life doesn't always allow you to do everything you want. And here I am at age 62, and I'm finally here. So if there's anyone out there thinks they're too old, you're not. Just do it. And even if your horse is a bit of a rat bag, just do it, because they'll come good eventually. They'll come good. So
It's stooped in history. You speak of the Metheralls. They were, again, very great supporters here of all things Garryowen, of Melbourne Royal, all of the rest of it. So to be riding in Anne's name, that's fantastic.
Yeah. Anne was so supportive of me last year when I had to scratch. And yeah, she's just so supportive and such a good friend, and very sad to lose her.
She'll be up there riding with you, so well done. You've finally made it out into your Garryowen.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're currently watching exhibit number 372 in our competition arena, and it is verdict by direction and Melissa Gillies. Well, our next combination to work, ladies and gentlemen, is number 1615, Levant, and Kelsey Moon from Hoddles Creek here in Victoria.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's great to have Mel joining me down here. Well done, Mel. You're out here again. Now, I'm going to do something here that you wouldn't have realised. Now, earlier this morning, we just saw in the KG Luke, I saw you all wrapped up in all this pink gear, lining up over there, but yet you're in the first heat. So talk about Mrs. Relaxed.
Well, I had Winnie Schultz was riding my beautiful mare Co-Conspirator in the Pemberton this morning. And I thought, I can't let her be out here and not as an owner come out and watch Winnie, who's going to be her last kids class, and my beautiful mare at her first Royal. So I braved getting dirty, and I knew that if I did, Cara Wagner would never forgive me, but I managed to stay clean, wrapped up in all my pink garb and get onto the horse for the first heat.
I had to have a laugh because when I looked down the rider order, I thought, oh my goodness, Mel's in the first heat. Take us through your morning, take us through your day. You've been there, done that. You're one of those competitors that we've seen out here for many, many years now. How'd your morning roll?
This horse is just a super, super horse. I don't have to worry about him being worked down. I don't have to worry about coming in here and what he's going to be like in this arena. And that takes so much of the sting out of getting ready in the morning. My hardest thing, and I've told you this before, Casey, probably 9 years ago, and it hasn't changed. The hardest thing on a Garryowen morning for me is staying clean. Most years I almost succeed, and this year I think I've done it. So that's what experience has taught me.
Well done to you in the Garryowen. As I said, I did have a little laugh at you early. Ladies and gentlemen, you wouldn't have seen it. She was completely and utterly wrapped up in all this pink garb, as she said.
And our next combination to work is exhibit number 1586, Alan Bray Lescara and Ariel Estella from Warn Ponds in Victoria. Well, our next combination to work, and in fact the final combination of our first heat, is exhibit number 1546 in your programs, ladies and gentlemen, and it's a Danson Black Metallic and Shelley Howard from Baxter in Victoria. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our first heat of the 2025 Garryowen Equestrienne Turnout. And we welcome heat number 2 on to the arena shortly.
Well, Steve, it's been an absolute pleasure to watch all of these competitors out here in what was the first heat. Just a little bit of did you know, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sure you do. We had, in this particular heat, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of our first year competitors out here drawing in the first heat. So I think from all of our first year's competitors, wow, they've done an amazing job in what is probably the biggest environment for any horse and rider combination, and that is that of a Garryowen Equestrienne Turnout. Well, the very first of our riders that we'll see in heat number 2 will also be a first-year competitor, and that will be Olivia Greenwell. So looking forward to her coming out. So there's plenty of lovely horse and rider combinations to come back out and join us on the main arena. It's actually really pleasant down here, Steve. It's actually the environment, the wind. I remember last year we had a lot of wind. It was just roaring through the arena. Being down here on ground, I can see why it's a nice, relaxing morning. It's actually very pleasant standing down here. it's lovely to know that our first group can now go back and relax, and then they can come back out here if they choose to, over into the back area here, and watch the very next of our competitors as they undertake in their workout section, Steve. What a beautiful morning, as I mentioned. Now that I've said that earlier, the sun's shining up there. It looks absolutely fantastic. Pleasant for our crowd, pleasant for our riders, and as we mentioned before, it's very pleasant for our horses. Well, we have a fair few of our McKinnon medal eligible riders coming out into this very next heat, so it's wonderful to have some of our McKinnon medal riders coming through. And I know the McKinnon medal is very proudly sponsored by Kaleido Animal Health Products. They do some wonderful products in relation to your horses. We have things like GastroAid Recovery, which is a wonderful product to keeping your horse's gut health really, really well. Good, but they've brought out an Endural paste now. So ladies and gentlemen, that would be great for your horse if you've come out and it's been a really, really hot environment, or your horse has been worked up and you just want those electrolytes put back in. So there's a few things in relation to some of the sponsors and supporters of a lot of the riders that are about to come out in this particular category, and that is a lot of these riders that we're about to see in heat number 2 are McKinnon medal eligible.
Well, thank you very much, Casey. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, the Garryowen Trophy is in memory of our champion hack, Garryowen, whose owner, Mrs. Violet Murrell, one of Australia's foremost show riders and accomplished horsewomen, died aged 29 trying to save her horse from a tragic stable fire in 1934 in Mentone. And what began as a tribute to a brave and caring woman developed to this day into an event that stands for the ultimate in presentation and preparation of horse and rider in the form of this truly wonderful turnout event. So, ladies and gentlemen, the proud tradition continues. In a few hours, we will welcome our newest winner to this prestigious event, and another name will be etched into the steepled history books of the Garryowen Trophy. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our second heat of the day to the judging of this, the 91st Garryowen Trophy.
Well, I've got a little bit more of the did you know, Steve. Did you know that out in this particular heat at the moment, we're seeing something that we probably haven't seen in heats before, and it just happened to be the way the cookie crumbled on Wednesday night when we did our rider draw. And what that was is, out here at the moment we are seeing two sisters compete, but we also have a mother-daughter out here as well. So in this particular heat, how the cookie has crumbled is we've got our sister combination out here and our mother-daughter combinations as well.
One for the history books, Case, that's for sure. And ladies and gentlemen, we're very delighted to see a wonderful field this year with 37 exhibitors entering and riding in this year's Garryowen. And as I previously stated, it's wonderful to see this marvellous tradition continuing.
Well, there's something that you're also not seeing, Steve, that I'm seeing is up in the top there. We've got a Go GG. There we go for our competitors up there. So the families have got right behind with the banners in support of these riders down here. So it's actually really kind of cool to be watching, so that you know that when you're getting your costume judged and you look up into the stand, your family and your friends have got your back. They've got their sign up. It's all for you.
Wow, that's right. And of course, our sister combination and a very, very proud father over there, Mr. John DeMarco, having two granddaughters, I should say, in this prestigious event. I'm sure his chest will be swelling with pride.
I think as we look up onto our big screen TV, you're seeing a really good picture that Andre's getting for us there of some of the little undertakings that our judges do when they are looking through the costume of our riders. Each and every little piece of the costume is being looked over for the correctness of how it's been tied, making sure each button, each little bit and bob is in correct place.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our first combination of Heat 2 on to our work arena. And it's exhibit number 413 in your programs, and a JD Total Fascination, Olivia Greenwell from Talligaroopna in Victoria. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next combination to work is number 1868. St. Onks, ridden by Natalie McKay from Tynong North in Victoria.
You're right, Libby, keep going.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, St. Onyx and Natalie McKay. And we welcome our next culmination to work, and it will be exhibit number 1959, and it will be a Revelwood Steadfast, Georgia Greenwell from Telegarupna here in Victoria.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm joined here now with Nat McKay and St. Onyx. Again, Nat, you know what it's like to be out here in a Garryowen on a morning like this. It's wonderful to see you absorb the pressure year in, year out. How do you do it?
I keep my team very small. I think that's key. But I just go out there and enjoy it. It's an amazing event to be part of. And yeah, just go out and enjoy your horse and yeah.
Let's speak about the history of this event, what it means to all the riders to be out here. The gear, the fittings, everything that you go through. What does it mean to you?
It's just, you know, everyone puts so much work at home and, you know, you go to shows and you qualify. Everyone gets their gear as good as they can, their costume as good as they can. So coming out here and putting it all together is just the icing on the cake.
He's an off-the-tracker. Where did you find him? He is he seems to be a lovable, relaxed kind of guy. How did you create and find him?
I was called up by a friend of mine who said, I've got a horse that I think you can do something with. He was bred and trained by the late Robbie Lang, so he's done him, I think, very proud today. He's by Dane Rich, so sometimes they can be a little bit tricky, but this one has got an amazing brain and I just love him, so yeah.
Well done, and you can relax now and watch everybody else now. Congratulations.
Well, Casey, our next combination to work is exhibit number 100, and it's Rebecca Phillips and Ephron from Garryowen in North in Victoria. And Rebecca is a police officer by trade, and Ephron loves scratches and carrots.
Well, I'm joined here by Georgie Greenwell. It's great to have you here, Georgie. Take us through your workout.
I'm actually so pleased. He just gave me a really, really beautiful ride. And at the end of the day, no matter the results, I'm really proud of this horse and how far we've actually come as a partnership. It's been a very, very long road with this boy, but now we just get to enjoy him and I can go out there and enjoy my ride, which is, all I'm after.
You've got your sister joining you in this heat. Take us through that. How did you girls get ready this morning? I can see, I would have loved to have talked to Olivia, but the emotion poured out of her as it's hard for her to, what it means to her, this Garryowen, all the effort, all the time behind the scenes. What do you say?
It was a very stressful morning, but I think it is a privilege for us to both be out here together. I don't think many sisters get that opportunity, so we are very lucky. And Crystal, she went around beautifully, so that's all we can ask for Olivia as well. Yeah.
Well, we all said that to Olivia. The workout, she did just that, as we said. She rode it like she stole it. It was wonderful. So well done to you both being out here on such a magnificent day.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next horse to work is number 676, Stortonvale Henley, ridden by Susan Bufton from Ballyowen in Victoria. Riding pony thoroughbred cross, geldings, 8 years of age. And this horse is a homebred horse, bred by the Bufton family and broken in at home, educated by the Bufton family. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, exhibit number 676, Susan Bufton and Stortonvale Henley. Well, we welcome our next combination into the ring, and it is exhibit number 989, a global PPS, and Sue Thompson from Kew East in Victoria. Sue first exhibited in the Garryowen as a 24-year-old in 1989, and she today rides her horse, a warm-blood thoroughbred gelding 7-year-old, and that is a global PPS. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next combination to work is exhibit number 698, Strawton Vale Winchester, and Hannah Buffton from Ballyang here in Victoria. Strawton Vale Winchester, an 8-year-old thoroughbred and retired racehorse, began his showing career in October last year.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have Sue Thompson here with me. Sue, I'm going to just go out on a limb here and say you were pretty proud of that. The smile on your face when you walked out of that arena said it all.
Well, I've had an 8-year absence out of the ring, so it's very, very exciting to be competing and sitting on this amazing horse. Yeah, I'm thrilled.
Looked a great workout. Steph would have helped you out there getting ready this morning. She's very much pregnant. One of her best friends has just had a little Garryowen baby. Take us through your morning with the team.
Well, it's been a really lovely, relaxed morning. Obviously, Greg and Terry are so involved with our aims to be in the Garryowen. And yes, Jan, Steph's mum, and Steph have been involved all the way through. So it's very much a team effort. And I'd also like to say that I'm actually Gigi. So the Go Gigi, that's my beautiful family and my grandkids.
Well, we got to know the sign was for somebody. So how do you get Gigi out of Sue?
Long story, but it seemed appropriate. Horse connection.
Well, let me tell you, it's a story for another day. Well done. Go and enjoy the moment. That was fantastic. Well done to all the family up there. And when I speak aloud, we've had a little Garryowen baby. I talk about Ali Kent, a previous Garryowen rider and winner, had her little baby on Wednesday, Harry Oliver. Kent born on Wednesday the 1st. And I know that Steffi's up there somewhere. Maybe I can't see, but she's also not too far away off having another Garryowen baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next combination to work, exhibit number 1483, Just Marco Polo and Gina Rand from Gurumbat in Victoria. And Gina has made the transformation from Western performance classes to the show ring here, and her horse, Just Marco Polo, warm blood gelding, 7 years of age.
Well, I'm joined now by Hannah Buffton, the daughter of Susan, who is also in this class. Would you know that I was standing here? Mum was riding with you the whole way.
I know she would have been. Everyone in the crowd, definitely got a few in the crowd that probably were too. Got a very big team supporting us today. I'm very thankful for that.
How does it feel to be out in the same group with Mum? Does it give you, I know that every girl has this special relationship with their mum. Does it give you a little bit of sense of it's all right, I've got it because I know Mum's out here with me?
Oh, it was a little bit of a stressful morning, I won't lie, but no, it is definitely good to be out here together. And the horses, I think, probably are enjoying being together. It's really special.
How does it feel riding in your first Garryowen? Is it everything that you dreamed it to be?
Well, it's sort of very quick. Sort of now I can take a deep breath and all over. But
I saw you take that deep breath when you came out of the ring, Hannah. It was really good. The horses must have a very good relationship. I know Mum's horse has been winning and neighing the whole time that you were out there.
Oh yes, they are. They're stable buddies and they've been to a lot of shows together this season, so they're very close friends.
Well, congratulations. Well done. That's the first year for you. Well and truly done and dusted. I'm sure we'll see you out here again. And that is the combination of Susan and Hannah Buffton, who are both out here. Like we said, we have a mother and daughter combination in this particular heat, but we also have the sisters here too, in Olivia and Georgia Greenwell.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome on to our competition arena now to work, and it's exhibit number 727. It's Enticing, ridden by Alicia Hall from Sorell in Tasmania. So, Alicia, one of the very few combinations to make the journey across Bass Strait to compete in the Garryowen. And a very interesting story down there, Case. I can't think of too many horses or combinations that have made the long journey on that ship across Bass Strait to participate in this wonderful event. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our next combination to work, Alicia Hall, a beauty therapist by trade, and she sits on a thoroughbred gelding.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to have with me Alicia Hall, and it's fantastic to see that we've got a rider come all the way across the sea, put a horse on a boat to take out here and compete in a Garryowen. Alicia, how does that feel?
Yeah, it feels really good to be representing Tassie as well, and very thankful for all the people that have flown over to watch me and all of my friends on the live stream as well.
It's no easy task getting ready for a Garryowen. You had that added extra, like some of our riders that have come from interstate as well. Take us through your journey and how you've got to be here.
Well, I had to come over and see Caroline Wagner a couple of times to get my fittings done, bring his bridle, bring my saddle. So I've been back and forth to Victoria multiple times before today.
You guys are huge supporters of racing and off the track. Mum's a trainer. I've had the privilege of being out and ridden on a racetrack for Mum. It must feel pretty special to be doing a Garryowen on an off the tracker.
Yes, it is very special. He raced in Western Australia.
He's beautifully mannered when he was working out there. So where did you find him? How did you come to get him?
I actually purchased him off Tara Kirk and Indiana Shepherd from Victoria. But previously to that, he was owned by Bella Reynolds in WA.
Well done. It's been an absolute privilege to see you and your mum over here, and congratulations for riding in what is your first Garryowen. Well done.
Well, thank you very much, Casey. And of course, Alicia is the last combination from Heat 2, and we welcome onto the arena now, ladies and gentlemen, Heat 3.
Well, it's interesting to note that we've got 3 McKinnon medals riders in this particular group. No first years, so we've seen a lot of our first years go through already. What have we had? We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 first years already go through in our first 2 heats, but in this heat in particular, which is our heat 3 of our Garryowen Equestrienne Turnout, we have no first years riding in this, but we've got 3 for our McKinnon medals. So we'll very much look forward to seeing the very first of our riders joining us out on centre stage.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our next combination, and it's our first combination from heat number 3. Exhibit number 996, and it's Ponderosa Stud Lovely and Chantel Thomas from Clonbinane here in Victoria. Well, our next combination working, ladies and gentlemen, exhibit number 1788. And it's a Sheridan, a Black Label, and a Margot Haynes from Terang in Victoria.
Well, Steve, it's always my privilege to talk to this lady who I always call is my Miss Congeniality. Chantel, great to have you out here today. You look like you enjoyed every minute of that.
Casey, this is just an unbelievable show to ride in. It's so special. All us ladies out here, we're so privileged to ride these creatures. They give us their all, and I hope we just do them all justice. It was wonderful.
We really do call them our dancing partners, don't we? And I often say to my daughter that it's about being a team. It's how much effort behind the scenes for anyone that's watching out there now. Like, I know we're preaching to a lot of the equestrian crowd, but there's lots of little girls, little boys that I know that are watching the live stream for our Garryowen. What do you say to them, to all the hard work that goes on in the background?
Just guys, always look up to people that inspire you to ride in this, and if it's your dream, you make it happen. It's so special. I have the most amazing girls with me, and it just makes me so happy that I can share this moment with them. And all they do for my horse and myself is just amazing, and I can't thank them enough. They're just wonderful.
Well, thanks so much, Chantel. As I said, she is my Miss Congeniality, and as you can see, the emotion has been raw in a lot of these young ladies out here with me this morning, and it is also my privilege to be on ground with them as such an integral part of the event.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next exhibitor to work will be exhibit number 699, and our aria Time to Tell, and ridden by Linda Hayes from Pearcedale here in Victoria. Riding pony, thoroughbred cross, gelding, 10 years old.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm joined with Margot Hayes, no stranger to being out here in a Garryowen. Take us through your workout, Margot.
Well, with only 15 minutes this morning out here, I was actually really, really happy with how he went. I know he was a bit spooky at the screen and whatever, but to be honest, he's a young horse, and I am really happy with how he went for where he's at.
And it's good that you should touch base in the fact that the environment out here, it works. It takes a lot to have a horse work to perfection in a Garryowen, and especially in turnout gear. How many times do you ride in the gear prior to the event?
I have actually been riding in all of it every day, I'd say, for 10 days. So, yeah, I'm very used to it. I do like the saddle and stuff. I mean, obviously it's different when you put it all together, but I've ridden in it all a lot. I'm very used to it. It's comfortable. So, yeah, no issue with that at all. He's just a young horse, so that's all.
How many behind your team, Margot?
At home, there's just a couple of us, namely David. Today, obviously, we had a couple more. My mum, my aunt, they're no stranger to it at all. And then, obviously, the owners of the horse, and then Mercedes Matthews, who helps us at home. So, yeah, just our little group.
That doesn't sound little. That sounds like a mountain of people, family. Well done to you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next combination to work is exhibit number 1360, Merrick's Ruby and Lauren Ellery from Inverleigh in Victoria. And look.
Well, Steve, I'm joined now by Linda Hayes. I think your smile was as big as Sue Thompson's as she came out of the arena. Linda, you're pretty happy with yourself out there.
Oh, look, we know, I think, how precious it is to have a horse like this. The gear, my owner, Vicky Pashota, is fabulous, and it's just to get it all together, there's nothing better, and I love this event.
Well, let's take us through it. You've been on all aspects of the Garryowen. You have huge input with the Facebook group. You've been on the other side of the fence. You've been a commentator. You've been a rider, a previous winner. There's not much left for you to do, Linda.
No.
Hopefully, you're back in the saddle now. The last 2 years, you've seen you back out in the saddle out here. McKinnon medals now out to be run and won. We'll see that out here today. But it's been a great incentive to come through for riders that are over 45.
I think that's the thing. I think it's great that we've got the first timers and they're being promoted and they're supporting it, which is awesome. But I also think my age group, because I'm a little bit older than those, we're out there doing it as well. And this is my 40th anniversary today.
Well, there you go, 40th anniversary of being ridden in the Garryowen, so congratulations to you. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, some more of the history behind a lot of our riders.
Well, we just completed our workout, exhibit number 1360, and it's Merrick's Ruby and Kate Richards. Well, ladies and gentlemen, currently working in our ring is exhibit number 1508, and it's Dominoes, ridden by Erin Bradshaw from Kersbrook in South Australia. Well, ladies and gentlemen, currently working is exhibit number 1508, and it's Dominoes, ridden by Erin Bradshaw. And we're joined in the broadcast box, a couple of very, very special guests, and none other than the one and only Peter Wagner. Morning, Pete.
Good morning, everybody. What a beautiful day it is out there. We've had some wet ones. This is a lovely one.
Well, that's right, Peter, and of course, the wonderful Helen Hegney has agreed to wander up to the box and have a bit of a chat, but we'll have a yarn to you first, Pete. First, yes. Garryowen, mate.
1990. First Garryowen.
The first Garryowen that you were involved in preparing saddlery equipment for?
1979.
1979. That's a long while ago, mate.
Yes.
So a long tradition. Obviously, you mentioned Garryowen, and automatically, in terms of saddlery, you think of Wagner's. And indeed the clothing. Just step us through some of the finer points of what we're looking at down here with our saddlery. Obviously, we've got our girth, and the girth has to go a certain way, and our bridle. And what's the process from a saddler's eye in terms of looking at these suitable outfits?
Well, number one, you've got to have a good piece of leather to start with. That's the quality of the materials, whether it be in the clothing or the leather's got to be good to start with. Then stainless steel buckles instead of nickel-plated buckles. And then after that, just good workmanship. Girth should fit in the fourth hole, and the centre should fit in the third hole. Should have 7 holes on the girth points. Same as the bridle, number holder, etc. Fitzwilliam, yes, that's correct.
So the Fitzwilliam girth?
Fold should go the correct way, facing backwards. You'd be surprised how many times I've checked the saddlery and the girths on the wrong way. Simple things, and they beat them.
And of course, there's a practical reason why the folds go to the back, and that's so they don't fill with mud.
Exactly.
If they were used for their intended purpose, of course, ladies and gentlemen, which was in the field hunting and traversing across muddy paddocks, and you don't want your girth full of mud.
That's correct. Exactly.
Well, our next horse to work, ladies and gentlemen, is exhibit number 593, Merrick's Fiore, ridden by Lauren Ellery from Inverleigh, Victoria. And Pete, you've got some notes there. You've done a lot of preparation for this interview.
Well, I was a bit worried what you were going to ask me. So I started with the sponsorship over 35 years ago. So every year that there's been a Royal Show, so we have missed a couple, I've given between $5,000 and $7,000 every year.
Well, that's
over 35 years.
That's a remarkable effort, and of course, this event is synonymous with your beautiful wife, Caro.
Yes, Caro. That's correct. Yes.
Won it in
92 and 94. Oh,
98
and 2001
or two, maybe. Yeah.
2004, and she retired that year as well. After that event, yep.
Yes, well, remarkable career, and so she's busy this morning down there helping our current exhibitors get themselves ready, tying stocks.
Actually, she's just finished. I can see her sitting down in the corner there by herself having a look. She's watching, so she's got everybody ready now. I think she did 18 or 19 riders. She can't do any more than that.
Why not? Yeah, you're up
right.
here. A moment ago, you're up here telling me I think I need to crack the whip and make sure she does a bit more next year.
I did say that.
Well, Peter, back to our saddlery, and of course, so we've spoken about our saddle and our girth, and our bridle, which is also a very, very important part of our horse's outfit. Bridle, how long does it take you to make one?
between 12 and 14 hours. Because the stitching's 12 to the inch. That's the smallest you could stitch. So yeah, approximately 12 to 14 hours. Just depends on interruptions, but that's about how many hours it takes.
Well, we welcome our next combination onto our competition arena, and it's exhibit number 1273, Chippenham Smarty Jones. Ridden by Alicia Belly from Whittlesea here in Victoria. Stirrups, stirrup leathers, and of course the all-important... now, do you still have the old-fashioned way of ensuring the rider's boots don't slide out of the stirrups?
That's been a little bit of an issue this year because years ago the spikes in the stirrup irons were really sharp. And now I have to admit they're just not sharp enough, So yes, it is hard, and to get somebody to turn the little spikes up, no one wants to do things like that anymore now. So unfortunately, yes, there's no secret. Everyone's in the same boat, because I've had lots of inquiries about the stirrup irons this year. But I try my best, but that's it, unfortunately.
Well, that's right. That's okay. So we can't be damaging the soles of these very expensive boots, I guess.
No, they can be roughed up a little bit, the surface. Otherwise, they're too slippery. So it's best, as long as you clean them and nugget underneath afterwards to make them look finished. Yes, it's all right to be scuffed on the soles.
Well, I'm just going to jump in here for a minute. I've just sent Lauren back into the lineup just because I could hear the two of you up there talking. But it must be a pretty good feeling when you and your partner go out there and dance like that, Lauren.
Oh, it's amazing. There's nothing like it. You're so nervous. You're so adrenalised in that little warm-up, and then you go in and you just know that, you can't really control it. You just have to be a partnership and ride your best and enjoy the ride.
You have been in one of our later of our heats. Take us through. We heard a couple of riders earlier say that they've been up since 4 a.m. How do we see your morning pan out?
Well, I picked number 1 last year, so I know the feeling. This morning I was actually quite relaxed. I'm lucky. This horse she's a workhorse, so she doesn't need a lot of work. She just is happy to go out and do her job. So it was quite a relaxed morning, actually.
Well, good luck in our Garryowen Equestrienne Turnout. As I'll throw back up to Steve and Pete up there. They can continue on talking about some of this amazing gear that we're hearing about.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next combination to work is exhibit number 514, Freshman R, ridden by Sophia Redenbach from Boronor in New South Wales. So, Peter, a wonderful tradition, many, many years, and hopefully many more years to come. You've got your saddlery tent here again, as you have over many, many years at Melbourne Royal Show. Outfitting our riders, setting our riders up for success, and both yourself and Caro, it's a wonderful privilege to have you here each and every year, and we appreciate your time up here in the broadcast box this morning. Last chance dance, anything else you wish to add?
No, just thank you. Caroline's coming up next after Helen. So she's just down there watching. See, it's right down the end there by herself. She's just keeping an eye on everybody. Okay, thank you. Good luck, everyone. Bye.
Good on you, Pete. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Mr. Peter Wagner.
Well, whilst Pete makes his way out of the broadcast box, I might nip over and say hello to Alicia. How'd you go? I was speaking over here to Lauren, so I didn't get the opportunity to watch your workout, but I did hear the crowd give a real big round of applause, so hoping that behind my back all things went well.
Yeah, very happy with him. I've only had him just under 12 months, so it's fairly new combination, still getting to know him, and first Royal, so really happy with how he went today.
How does it feel to be on all that magnificent turnout gear in the event that is stooped in history? Take us through it.
Oh, it's amazing. It's a feeling like no other to be out here, and regardless of win, lose and draw, just being here, riding your horse, in all the gear, in the atmosphere, it's amazing. Such a beautiful event.
How many in your team behind you?
It's usually only me, but I was really lucky that I had a couple of friends. It's just a little team. They came this morning to give me a hand, so very grateful for them, and the babysitters at home holding the fort.
Margot spoke before. She said she's ridden in her gear for potentially the last 10 or 12 days. How about yourself? How many times have you have been in all this gear?
You're going to laugh. This is the first time I've ridden in this saddle. First time the bits have been on while I'm riding. They've just been fitted and that's it. So
the boning of the boots, all those sorts of things. Take us through that, because I know Caro might go up there a little bit later and speak about those sorts of things. But even to get this meticulous shine and polish, it takes a mountain of effort.
It sure does. Caro and Pete have been amazing, giving tips to everyone. And my first year was last year, so I put in a lot of hours last year, and I think just keeping on top of them's the key.
I know for me, I was getting lots of pictures from one of my girlfriends who was saying continually, oh my God, my boots, look at my boots. So there's so much that goes in behind the scenes, everybody.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our last combination of Heat 3 on to our competition arena, and it's exhibit number 670, Royal Reign, Chloe Smith from Murdoch here in Victoria. Royal Reign, 8-year-old gelding thoroughbred, and Royal Reign is known to be a little quirky, loves attention, but is a bit of a rug eater. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, exhibit number 670, Chloe Smith and Royal Reign. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we watch the final exhibitor from our third heat, and of course that's number 670, Royal Reign and Chloe Smith. It's a wonderful pleasure to be joined up here in our broadcast box with Garryowen royalty. And I speak with no other than Helen Hegney. Helen, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for having me up here to give a bit of another insight into the event.
Well, it's a wonderful pleasure, and I'm sure everybody here today is delighted to hear from you. And we're just going to have a little chat this morning in between our heats. Your journey to the Garryowen, grew up in South Australia?
Yes, it all began at the Adelaide show for me, coming through the ranks as a junior and then intermediate. And we came across here to Melbourne show, which in those days was a big deal. And I think I got third in the intermediate and then started competing in the Garryowen.
So at what stage did you eye off the Garryowen? At what stage did you think, you know what, I'm going to set myself and have a crack at this?
I guess it was a natural progression. Like, we saw how excited people got about the event over here and wondered why. And then you get sort of caught up in it, and I had all the gear, so I competed too.
Wonderful. And Helen, you said not to mention dates, and I will promise you I shan't do that, but I will ask you, multiple winner?
Yes, I can give you decades. It was, I think my first win was 1975, and as a South Australian, and I was the first one to win it for 38 years, I think, from South Australia. So that got everyone happy back home.
And then, of course, your subsequent wins?
79, early 80s, and I think 85 was the last one.
And you had a wonderful coach back in the day, a fellow from Europe called Marian Malecki.
Yes, he was a Polishman that my mother and father were not very savvy about dressage, but they did admire the way he educated his horses in Adelaide. And then when he retired from the people he worked for, my mother actually went and found that he was running a greengrocery shop and dug him out and asked if he'd come and teach me.
Wow, that's remarkable. Quick story, I actually had lessons from him myself, and there was nothing quite like Marian Malecki yelling at you, "Why are you banging?"
Yes, he was tough. He was tough.
He was, but obviously very good at his craft. And so, Helen, the tradition continues obviously out here today. We've got a wonderful field. I think we've got 37 horses out here for this year's Garryowen. And it's always truly a remarkable spectacle. But back in the days, of course, when you competed, it was on the old arena. And the horses for this particular class, I recall, as a rookie redcoat, used to run the entirety of the old members' stand.
Yes, there could be 80 plus in it, and there were no heats. There were no sheepskin saddlecloths, so those poor horses had to stand out there from maybe 8:30 till 12:30, not to mention the riders in starch stocks. So, yeah, it wasn't an easy event.
Now, we were just talking before to Peter Wagner and, of course, Caro and the assistance they give to our riders. Who did you have back in those days?
Just my parents. My mother was a showy back in those days, and I had a very good mentor, Mary Walsh from South Australia, she had actually competed here in the Garryowen too, but that's where my pearls of wisdom came from.
Well, there's an encyclopedia of rules and the way you do this, the way the buttons work, the way the stock works, how the saddlery goes on. It would have been a lot of information for you to take in and learn being from South Australia.
Yes, well, as I mentioned earlier, it was a gradual process. Every time I went in the ring, even from the junior days, you learn something, you take away some information and you improve. So, yeah, it's gradual.
Well, as a legend of the Garryowen, you must sit back today and watch these horses. How would they have gone against you in the 70s and 80s?
Oh, very well. They're better schooled than they were back then, and they're better types. Yeah, and they're much better horses.
So your horses would have been thoroughbreds?
Yes, thoroughbreds off the track. One I took on a trip to Melbourne with a dressage horse, and a couple of years later he won a Garryowen for me. And the others two were my sister's horse, Kalish. He was a thoroughbred, lovely deer horse.
And as we watch our first combination of our last heat, our fourth heat and last heat, that'll be Kristen Brennan, exhibit number 1932, and her horse Royal KVS Lapari, warm blood, 7-year-old warm blood gelding. You know, you look at these horses, the warm bloods now in our competition arena, and it's somewhat nice to see we still have our thoroughbred types out here, and indeed quite a few off the trackers, I think, holding their own. So, what was the hardest part of your Garryowen journey? Was it the first win, subsequent wins, the pressure you felt thereafter?
Well, I had early on, it was just me and my mother and father. When we came across here, I would work the horse, plait it, get it to a certain stage. My mother would come and do the saddlery, then come up and do my stock, and then go back to the horse. And then my father minded the horse to make sure he didn't get to any mischief. Anyway, we were a very small, well-oiled team.
Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our first combination of the fourth heat onto our competition arena, and it's exhibit number 1932, Kristen Brennan and her horse KVS Lapari. And of course, the old arena was not always in the wonderful condition we see this, Helen. I recall lots of mud, lots of deep areas.
Yeah, not to mention the show jumping going on at the same time. In early days, I got smart. I got early through the gate and got in an early section so that I didn't have to do battle with the show jumpers.
Yes, of course, no draws, right of draws then. No, it was first in best dress. We're up the old Hunter stand, and the Garryowen exhibitors would be absolutely chockers with, as you said, 80-odd horses. And you mentioned the show jumping, and I also recall at the top end of the old arena, you probably had harness classes as well.
Yes, later on there would have been too. That was another addition.
Just another part of the fun. Oh, dear me. Now, of course, as we grow older, things change. So in your latter days of exhibiting and competing here, your mum and dad probably grew a little old. How did you manage things? Of course, you were a mum, had a couple of kids.
Yes, actually both my sons they won Garryowens in uteri. And then Peter took over my father's role. He did the gear and the horse. And my father was downgraded to childminder.
Well, there you go. Of course, we refer to the late, great Peter Hegney and the voice of this show for many years. And, well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I think that might be a first. 2 gentlemen winners of the Garryowen.
Yeah, probably is.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen, one for the trivia book. So, look, Helen, I know you like this wonderful event, and you have been a remarkable exhibitor, competitor, many-time winner of the Garryowen, and we really thank you for your time today to come up here in the broadcast box and have a chat. I know you were somewhat reluctant, but it's been a delight.
Thank you, Steve. I'll sit back and watch for the result and look forward to it. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've just put our hands together for that combination, but ladies and gentlemen, the wonderful Helen Hegney. Well, our current combination to work is exhibit number 469. Exhibitor number 469, and it's a Bel Air Cartier, ridden by Jemima Draper-Ryan from Riddles Creek here in Victoria, the wonderful Masson Rangers. And, well, I've got a bit of a treat for you, ladies and gentlemen. We have Chantel Thomas, who has just joined me up here in the broadcast box. Chantel, still resplendent in your gear from when you rode half an hour or so ago. Welcome.
Thank you, Steve. It's great to be here. It's actually a privilege to be up here in the box with you. I've known you since I was 18 years old, so this is amazing to be up here seeing it from this angle.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we won't go into great details, but yes, Chantel came into our world many, many years ago when we operated a property, and I think I picked her up on the side of the road with you and your horse and a couple of feed bins in my horse float.
You sure did, and the rest is history.
Well, how was it?
It's absolutely amazing out there. We're so lucky to be able to ride these horses out here, and the mood in the stables, whether you're in the Clydesdale Pavilion or up here near the admin building, is just wonderful. Everyone's so supportive of each other. Everyone's helping each other. It's a really relaxed atmosphere. We all look the same, so we all know what we're going through and all the meticulous little details. And it's so much knowledge is out there to soak up from each other. It's just beautiful. I absolutely love that day.
So how'd you go? I've been extremely busy up here. Of course, we try to watch each and every horse, but there's a bit going on. Happy?
Extremely happy. For me, it was the best Garryowen workout I've ridden. I mean, I've only ridden 3, but 1 out of 3 ain't bad, so I was pretty happy. She gave me everything, and I'm so thankful for that horse. She's given me so many opportunities to come into this showing world, and it's just unreal, and I can't thank my horse Lovely enough for everything she's done for me.
That's good. Your team, we're just talking to Helen Hegney about the team that she had behind her. Your team today, I think I saw the delightful Bria Law out there.
Yes, Breezer. She's 1 in a million. I'm very lucky to have someone like her in my life. Everyone needs a Bria. She does everything. I actually forgot to tell her to feed the horses this week at home, and she sent me a message, so that was good. Lucky I had her as a backup. But, you know, we're all lucky to have, whether it's 1 person, 3 people or 10 people, because that support that our people show us and are behind us, it's just unreal. We can't get enough of having that support.
Well, thank you very much. And our next exhibitor to work is exhibit number 1897, Just Benjamin and Adele Andrews from Black Rock here in Victoria. So now you can relax.
I've got the Esquire coming up, and oh look, Caroline, you're here to fix my stock. Good job, right on time.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a passing parade down here, up here, in the broadcast box, but I can see Case ready for an interview.
Well, I'm here with Jemima Draper. That looked absolutely lovely. You'd have been so happy with that workout.
Yeah, very, very pleased. It was a very enjoyable ride.
You've been out here for many, many years. How many years have you been in the Garryowen now, Jemima?
This is my 12th one now. Makes me sound very old.
I was actually going to say that. I kind of led that up for that question, didn't I? How'd you find to become a pair with this combination?
So I was lucky enough when Clint Bilson was campaigning her, my previous hack had passed away, so he gave me the ride on her in the Garryowen. We managed to get a place, and then lo and behold, she became for sale the next year, and I couldn't resist.
And that's how these stories come to play, isn't it? Is sometimes through tragedy we find triumph out the other side, and in this particular instance, this is your triumph.
Absolutely. You're so lucky to have her, and yeah, blessed every day. Yeah.
Now, we've seen riders like Linda Hayes, Margot Haynes, and riders that have been out here many, many times. You're saying you're in the 12th year. What do you say to competitors that are out here having their first year or even thinking about it next year?
I think it's just to come out and enjoy it. It's so humbling to come out and be in this atmosphere and involved in such a wonderful event. I think just to do it is brilliant. And there's not many classes like that in the country. So anyone that's thinking about it, absolutely take the plunge.
Well, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Jemima, as you can see, sometimes through triumph, we find our little rainbow at the end of, or should I say the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next combination to work is exhibit number 1278, a Regal Quest, and Kate Halliday from Meningie in South Australia. Well, We've had a passing parade up here this morning in our broadcast box, and I'm joined with Garryowen royalty. Caro, g'day.
Hello, how's it going?
Almost. Well, Carolyn, busy morning this morning?
Yes, very busy morning. I've tied 16 stocks this morning and lined up a few spurs and spur straps, and no, it's been good. I was on time for everyone, and was able to help where I was needed, and it's great to be done and know that they're all out there and they're all ready to do their job, and a few, hopefully confidence boosts along the way for them.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. Now, I'm not being too forward to ask you whether I can call you Caro up here, or shall we be very formal, and is it Carolyn?
Oh no, absolutely Caro.
Well, 22 stocks, 37 entrants this year. The Garryowen is alive and well.
Absolutely. I think it's definitely growing every year again, which is lovely to see. It's such a wonderful event.
And we've just had Chantel Thomas up here. She is the most vivacious person I think I've met. And known her from a very young girl. I think she said earlier this morning she was 18 when we first met. And her dream was to compete out here in the Garryowen. You guys have outfitted her?
Yes, we did. Chantel, like you say, is just like bubbly champagne. She's always smiling, always chirpy. She's always enthusiastic about everything. She's fabulous for the event. Such a lovely girl.
That's wonderful. Now, we were talking to Helen Hegney a moment ago, and she was talking about her journey. Just give us a little snapshot as we watch our horse down there, Kate Galloway, work and Regal Quest. What was your journey, Caro? How did you start? How did you think
I'd just like to say Kate Halliday just did a lovely job. She'll be very pleased with that. The horse gave her a super ride. And that's a big part of it. I think that's what I always enjoyed. I have to say, over all my years, I was lucky. Most of my rides were very good. I was lucky. I think the biggest thing is, yes, you've got to get all the costume and saddlery right, but once that's done and dusted, you just get out there and it's about making that partnership with your horse and really putting the work together. And I must admit, on all the occasions that we won or placed, I'd come back from the workout and it really didn't matter to me whether we'd won or placed because I felt I'd got the best work out of the horse that I could. So that's the reward in itself, and that's really what it's about, a lovely partnership out there and getting out there and enjoying it.
Absolutely. And, of course, we take this opportunity to remind everybody how this particular class is judged, and our turnouts are judged on a point system with a judge assigned to each of the following criteria. So conformation and soundness, 50 points. Manners and paces, 40 points. Riding ability, 50 points. General appearance, 20 points. Costume, 20 points. Saddlery, 20 points. So, Caro, you've got to get it all right.
Yes, it's six judges to keep happy, so it's not an easy task, but once you've put it together a few times, and look, mine was a learning curve along the way. We learned, you sort of did your apprenticeship and learnt and improved things each year, and the main thing is you learnt that what it's all about is getting out there and doing a good job in the workout and having your horse go well, but that doesn't take just on the day. You've got to prepare that through months ahead in the winter and getting out there and having to work in all weathers, because you never know what the main arena at Melbourne Show will throw at you weather-wise, and even this show has shown that already.
Absolutely. 4 seasons in one day, every day of the show, but that's what makes it quintessentially Melbourne Royal. Now, I'm going to ask you to just talk us through it. Now, I was very fortunate to sit on a horse alongside you for 2 of your 4 wins.
Yes.
I think.
Yes, I think I've got you in the photographs hanging up at home, definitely.
Well, there you go. And seeing the absolute surprise, excitement, expressions on your face, how does it feel when your name is called as the winner?
Yes, it's a build-up of everything. It's excitement and joy and a little bit of relief that you finally made it happen.
Well, and of course,
it's all come together.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we call our results in reverse order. So I remember sitting with you there one year, and I said, "Well, Caro, you've either won it or you've come last."
Yes, and that's always the case. You never know till that final announcement's made.
Oh, that's right. Well, look, you're a very busy lady, and I really appreciate you dropping up. Now, very quickly, can we touch on your dressage career, your current career?
Oh, look, I have to say, as much as I love my showing career, I'm equally enjoying my dressage career, and we've just got back from Brisbane's CDI. So your CDIs are judged with your international judges, hence the CDI part. And I've got a Grand Prix horse at the moment. He's a young Grand Prix horse that we've brought through from a 6-year-old, and he's just fabulous. I just love him. He's got a great attitude, and he's a gorgeous boy. He could probably be out there on the main arena. But no, he was really starting to put it together and get more and more confident at the CDIs, and he did very well at this last one. He was 4th in his Grand Prix, but then came out and worked with even more confidence and worked through a beautiful new freestyle that we've got that's very difficult. He put it all together on the night and came up to 2nd in that, and we were very proud of him. So really positive comments from the judges. They love how he's going, and there's a lot more in the tank, I know. So looking forward to our next start, which is the Australian Dressage Championships, which is also a CDI, and that's a CDIW, so emphasis on the freestyle in that one, and that's in the next couple of weeks.
Well, I'm going to interrupt the two of you up there.
I'm
going to interrupt the both of you. I can't get a word in between the two of you. This is fantastic. Kate and I are down here waiting absolutely very patiently. Kate, take us through your workout. You'd have to be very happy with that. It was as smooth as silk.
I'm just lucky to ride a horse like him in an event like this. He's such a professional, nothing ever phases him. He just listens the whole time, so it makes my job a lot easier.
It was good whilst we were having a little natter whilst listening to Caro and Steve up there. You said the horse has done his part, but you as the rider, every time you step out there, you just hope that you don't let anyone down, that it all goes to plan.
Well, everyone can appreciate how many hours going into preparing for this event, getting dressed, the plaiting, all your saddlery for 3 minutes out there, and you think everyone else has done so much hard work to get you out there. You don't want to let them down by stuffing up the workout.
Now, speaking of a team, as I said, it takes a bit of a mountain behind every rider that comes out into our Garryowen. Some prefer to do it with a minimal team. How about yourself? Have you got a big team, small team? How do you prepare?
I have a very big team of people who I could never be thankful enough for. Dream Mary and the owners of the horse, my sister, my family at home, and all the people along the way like Caroline, Shay, her mother, DQ, just so many people, Chris and Vicky Laurie, like everyone has helped so much with all the little bits along the way.
It's good to see you almost get a little emotional there where you start to speak about the team that goes behind the scenes. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, just another one of our riders. I might nearly pull up stumps now. I might head back upstairs and start to undertake in some of the official proceedings that we're getting to the pointy end of the stick now.
And thank you very much, Case. And whilst we've been chatting up here, we had a wonderful workout from exhibit number 1315, and that was Winara Signature, and Bryony Lee currently working was exhibit number 1181, and that Runs on Chocolate, and exhibited by Lisa Strum from Werribee here in Victoria. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the guest speakers up here this morning are lining up out the door, and we have one of the most prominent ones here this morning, and I speak to none other than the president of Melbourne Royal, Mr. Matt Coleman. Good morning.
Morning, everyone. Great to watch this fabulous historic event in action with lots of crowds, lots of beautiful horses, and lots of beautiful competitors. It's fantastic.
Quintessentially Melbourne Royal, this event, the Garryowen. There is no other Royal in Australia that offers this event or this type of event, and it's one for which we should be very proud. Our Horses in Action committee work extremely hard to put this together each and every year, Matt, and you must be delighted from a board's perspective.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's lots of fabulous aspects to the show, but certainly the Garryowen is one of those quintessentially Melbourne Royal events, which we're extremely proud of. And yeah, and just a quick shout out to all of the volunteers, whether you're a judge or a steward or assisting the competitors get ready. You know, it's really, it is a team effort, so we really do appreciate all those volunteers that help us put the show on, and including the Garryowen.
Well, Matt, you're a very busy man. We'll just introduce our current horse to work, and it's exhibit number 313, CJP Keynote, and it's ridden by Courtney Remington from Hill End here in Victoria. I'm a little parochial because, of course, being a horseman, this is my genre, this is my part of the show, so please excuse me if I'm a little bit one-eyed, but I think this is the quintessential Melbourne Royal event.
I'm not going to argue with you, Steve. It's there's no doubt it has a really long history. I should know the answer to this, but I don't know how many years are we up to now of the Garryowen.
Well, this is the 91st running of the Garryowen, so yeah, a remarkable history. And you know, some of the people we've had up here this morning interviewing multiple winners, and you know, what a rich history.
It's fabulous. Well, the organisation, of course, is 177 years old. 1848 was the first version of the Melbourne show, which was, of course, a ploughing match on the banks of the Moonee Ponds Creek. So we've come a long way from those days, but I mean, essentially still about celebrating agriculture and different aspects of agriculture.
Absolutely. I was down in our livestock pavilion last night watching the beef cattle, some other cattle breeds. There's still some sheep down there, ladies and gentlemen. So if watching our horses today has whetted your appetite in terms of agriculture, the livestock pavilion is a remarkable treasure trove of all things to do with agriculture. Now, Matt, busy days for you. What's in store for you the rest of the day?
We have a little function this afternoon I'm involved in to thank all of our sponsors and business partners, because of course we couldn't put it on with them. But Matt, I'm not sure if people are aware, but if you have an opportunity, we have a farmers barbecue running from 11 till 2 each day, where for $3.50 you can get a sausage in bread, but more importantly, all of those funds are donated to the VFF Disaster Relief Fund to help, you know, all those regions in Victoria that have been affected by drought. So that barbecue is just out the front of the livestock pavilion. If you feel like a sausage in bread, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Well, thank you, Matt. And currently working as our final competitor for the 2025 Melbourne Royal Garryowen Equestrienne Turnout event, and it's exhibit number 269, and it's Bryony Randall and her horse Flute R. So, Matt, been a good year this year. I think we've been a little unlucky with the weather. I don't think it's been as good as it may be. I think 28 is the forecast for Sunday.
Yeah, cracking weekend coming up. I think Saturday, Sunday, is the weather we would have liked for the whole show. But as a Gippsland dairy farmer, I actually want some rain, which is good for the farm but not good for the show. So it depends what your priorities are. But just with the final competitor in the ring, good luck to all our competitors. You all look fantastic. Obviously, for those that make it to the dice, congratulations. But to everyone that enters all our competitions, we really do appreciate your support.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Matt Coleman, the president of Melbourne Royal.
Well, as we watch the last of our draws make their way off of the arena very shortly, it'll be an arena reset because we won't be too far away from what will be the presentation of its 2025 Garryowen. And as you'll see, ladies and gentlemen, it will come down very, very shortly. Our Garryowen garland. And we spoke before to Lynn Milburn, and she said that it's an absolute privilege to be able to create a silk flower garland for one of the most beautiful equine events. The garland is absolutely synonymous here with Melbourne Royal, and you're going to see that again when it comes out, ladies and gentlemen. The garland has approximately 150 roses and an assortment of similar roses to complement the main white roses, being, as I said, the white flower. The garland has a photo of Violet Murrell and Garryowen reprinted on a plaque, kindly given by and used by Sally Murrell-Rich. Every winner for the last 91 years has had a handwritten card beautifully presented by Vicky Jones. It also has a magnificent gold tie pin in there too. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that if you are looking at this garland, the value of it is this year approximately around $2,500. So just a few little intricate details behind the scenes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the judging part of our Garryowen Equestrienne Turnout for 2025 Melbourne Royal. But don't go too far away. We'll be back shortly for the presentation of the 2025 Garryowen Equestrienne Turnout. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention, please. Over the past 12 months, a number of the members of our Melbourne Royal Show community have sadly passed away, and we wish to pay tribute to them and offer our sincere condolences to their family and friends.
Don Dow, a lifelong horseman, he competed at Melbourne Royal for many years, with novelties being his greatest passion. And his children progressed through Pony Club. He returned to Melbourne Royal with Adrian for riding, good hands and A-grade show jumping, while also serving as clerk of the course for gallops and harness.
David Ross, very successful breeder, exhibitor and judge at Melbourne Royal Show for many years, a great contributor to equestrian sport in Victoria.
Lynn Wood, dedicated horses in action exhibitor who competed in show jumping, hack and riding classes. She is also supported by both her daughters in the mini turnout classes.
Peter Hegney. He was an exceptional horseman with a deep knowledge of thoroughbreds. He was a long-term announcer for Melbourne Royal, but his contributions extended beyond the microphone. Having also judged at Melbourne Royal, he was also a devoted supporter of his wife and proudly celebrated her multiple victories in the Garryowen.
Rob Ronzio. Robert joined the Clydesdale Horse Association in 1986, having their own Toowoomba Lodge stud and competing in many agricultural and royal shows in lead and harness classes. Rob made a significant contribution to the Clydesdale Horse Society over many years, serving on the Victorian Branch Committee from 1993 until his passing in 2024. Robert was one of the main instigators of the National Clydesdale and Heavy Horse Festival, which started in 2008.
Ron Hyder. Ron was a dedicated member of the CCHSA for many years and was a committee member for the CCHSA Victoria branch. Ron had a long history with Melbourne Royal, having been a successful Clydesdale exhibitor and judge. With his wife Matthew, Ron has successfully established their Moonrise Farm Clydesdale stud.
Raymond Thomas. A long-time competitor in show jumping classes, he began his journey at the Melbourne Royal Show from an early age. As a proud member of the Thomas family, he played a significant role in the early years of Melbourne Royal Show.
Stan Fear. An honorary life member, Stan was a true all-rounder at the Melbourne Royal Show, competing across many disciplines, most notably in show jumping. He also served as assistant ringmaster for several years. Beyond the arena, Stan was a loyal supporter of the show, generously sponsoring for more than 60 years and supporting his daughters in riding classes.
John Patterson, OAM. John was a long-time exhibitor of horses at the Melbourne Royal Show. For over 50 years, John exhibited in harness, Clydesdales and delivery vehicles. John was a successful exhibitor at Melbourne Royal Show, winning numerous ribbons and always willing and generous with sharing his immeasurable knowledge of horsemanship.
Anne Metherell. Born with cerebral palsy, Anne was involved in the introduction of the RDA movement in Australia. A dedicated horse in action exhibitor, most notably in the side saddle classes, she was also a passionate and loyal supporter of the Garryowen at Melbourne Royal.
Glenys Barry, a pioneering dressage rider who proudly represented Australia on the international stage. She was instrumental in developing world-class facilities and generously mentored many within the equestrian community. Her passion also shone through in supporting her daughter, Georgina, a dedicated Horses in Action exhibitor.
Kay Lynn, Honorary Life Member. Kay had a long-standing involvement with Melbourne Royal, competing in the Horses in Action classes. His passion for horses lived on through his family, with the Melbourne Royal Show remaining a much-loved annual tradition.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, distinguished guests to you all, boys and girls, and welcome to the 2025 Garryowen Equestrienne Turnout. So my name is Casey Bruce and I have the pleasure of being your host for today's presentation. On behalf of Melbourne Royal, I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land in which we are gathered here today, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. I acknowledge their ongoing connection to the land and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. Please join me, ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming our special guests to the presentation area. Put your hands together for our guest presenter, Dr. Catherine Ainsworth. Our special guest, Sally Murrell-Rich. Tracy Button, representing Racing Victoria off the track. Peter Wagner of Wagner's Saddlery. Steve Russell of Cedar Lodge. Lynn Milburn of Lynn Milburn Garlands. Adrian West of Adrian West Equine Art. Stuart McKinnon, son of Marion McKinnon. Mrs. Sally Mitchell and Mrs. S. Draper. Shannon Lawler, representing International Animal Health. And Kathy Simpson, representing Kaleido Animal Health Products. Now let's welcome our officials to the arena. Our riding judge this morning, ladies and gentlemen, Claire Simpson and steward Peter Swartz. Our confirmation and soundness judge in Sophie Kelly and steward Steph Powell. Saddlery judge Melissa Rideout and steward Joanne Calvarino. Our mount judge Warren Call and steward Nerida Sadler. Our general appearance judge Anne Yort and steward Tony Norris. And our costume judge in being Karen Fisher and her steward in Margie White. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief steward and committee member in Dean Matthews. our ringmaster and committee member in Warren Warboys. Our Horses in Action Committee Chair in Miss Bernie Hearn. And we now welcome our Horses in Action Committee members in Callum Taylor, Elizabeth Porter, Leanne Taranto and Peter Clossy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please let us now welcome the 35 competitors back on the arena for this year, and we are absolutely delighted to have them here, as we said, as we welcome back all of our competitors who have been extremely high quality this year. Please, as we welcome them back onto the arena, put your hands together.
A tragedy which shocked horse lovers and tore at the heartstrings of people all over Australia has been commemorated by the greatest of all Australian equestrian competitions, the Garryowen. The barking of the dog Billy, a Queensland heeler, wakened a neighbour who ran to the fence which divided her home from the Murrell house and stables. Noting the fiery glow that lit the night sky, the cries roused Violet Murrell, who, clad only in her nightclothes, ran 20 yards to the heavy doors of the stable block, crying, "Oh, my poor horses." The stables were a roaring tidal wave of flame. She could hear the cries of the terrified horses. Ignoring the searing heat and the crashing timber, she dashed into the blaze to what was left of Garryowen's stall. She had set herself a hopeless task. Before she could lead out the badly burned and nearly asphyxiated Garryowen, Mrs. Murrell collapsed on the floor. Her nightclothes afire. Her husband Bill ran into the blaze and, although struck by a falling beam and half blinded by smoke, found her, picked her up and carried her out. He called to onlookers for a blanket and rolled her inside it. But Mrs. Murrell was too badly burned. She died 37 hours later. Garryowen, the other horses, and Billy the dog had died. 10 days later, her husband died from the burns he suffered when he tried to save her. It was this sad event which started at 2:30 in the morning of Saturday, the 24th of March, 1934, in La Trobe Street, Mentone, which led to the Garryowen Trophy. Mrs. Murrell was only 26 when she died, but she had built a riding reputation which, for variety and boldness, has never been bettered. Her career as a flat race jockey, riding against men, from 19 starts at country meetings, she had 17 wins, and in 1927 she was the first woman to ride in a gallop at Sydney's Randwick Racecourse. She was equally successful over jumps and was rivalled possibly only by the late Gwen Moore as a point-to-point rider. In the show ring, Mrs. Murrell was a master. Her success reached their pinnacle in combination with Garryowen, a blood bay bred by Captain C.J. Chisholm on Cancoban Station on the Upper Murray. Garryowen was very much her pet, having the run of the racing stables. He would trot across the lawn to meet her when she returned home and would do much head shaking and nodding when she talked to him. Garryowen was very high-spirited, but with a temperament as calm as Farlap. He was famous at the royal shows for his good looks as much as for his skill in jumping. A leading newspaper once wrote, "Mrs. Murrell was one of the finest women riders in Australia, well known in the hunting field as well as on the race courses. She and Garryowen were a celebrated partnership. A magnificent animal, Garryowen." The genesis of the Garryowen Perpetual Trophy was first discussed at the police depot in St Kilda Road, where Tom Coffey, instructor of Melbourne's Mounted Police, had quarters. Present was Tom's wife Eileen, herself an outstanding rider for 50 years, W.A. Jones and Harry Morant. Mr. Jones, who had been a captain in the Veterinary Corps during World War I, was recognised as one of the best judges in Australia, and he once owned Garryowen. Mr. Morant was an Englishman who freelanced as a journalist and photographer, specialising in horse pictures. They thought it proper that there should be an event at the Melbourne Royal Show to keep fresh the memory of Mrs. Murrell and Garryowen. Mr. Moran sponsored the idea and it was accepted by the Royal Agricultural Society of Victoria. Money donated by admirers and riding enthusiasts was enough to put the 12-inch bronze statue of Garryowen, which is the perpetual trophy, and the broad sash with a brooch enclosing the picture of Mrs. Murrell, which goes to each year's winner.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you couldn't script Melbourne's weather any better for that moment, could you? Can I please ask you all now to please stand for the national anthem as we welcome to the stage Mrs. Emma Irene.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains and let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Well, keep that applause going, ladies and gentlemen, for Emma Irene. And also, let's give a huge welcome and a round of applause to all of our competitors out behind me now. So for those of you that haven't done so, please be seated. We are pleased to honour these outstanding riders who have competed in the Garryowen today. I'd like to now welcome our special guest in Dr. Catherine Ainsworth, who is presenting the winner of the 2025 Garryowen. And we are delighted to have you here with us today. I would also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the 2025 Garryowen Hall of Fame inductees. Our rider inductee was Pam Ahern. Our horse inductee was Noble Archer. And our exceptional service inductee was Margie White. Please give them a round of applause. Turnout Day and Garryowen is the highlight of an extensive 11-day Horses in Action program, which allows breeders, owners and riders to benchmark against the best of the best. The Garryowen is intrinsically linked with Victorian history, and it's incredible that 91-year-old tradition has still been upheld out here today. The story of Violet Murrell, the accomplished horse rider and jockey who was commonly known as the Queen of Racing, secured her place in history as a true ambassador for women in the equestrian and racing industries. This event was first held in 1934, following the tragic death of Violet Murrell, who courageously sought to save her three-time Melbourne Royal Show champion horse, that of Garryowen, in a stable fire. The Garryowen remains the most prestigious equestrian event in Australia, and we congratulate all of our competitors today on their efforts. Now, what you've been waiting for. Let's get underway with the presentation. I would like to now invite Tracy Button from Racing Victoria off the track to present the highest placed off the track thoroughbred. It is now my pleasure to announce the winner of the highest placed off-the-track thoroughbred at Melbourne Royal Show for 2025 in our Garryowen Equestrienne Turnout goes to Exhibitor 1868, Natalie McKay and Sate Onyx. In recognition of their great performance, Racing Victoria are pleased to provide our winner, which is Natalie McKay and St Onyx, with a trophy rug and a $1,000 cash prize. And as you've already done, let's congratulate them once more on winning our highest placed off-the-track thoroughbred, Natalie McKay and St Onyx. Thank you, Tracy, and thank you so much to Racing Victoria off the track for their continued support throughout this prestigious event. I would now like to present the best first-year competitor. This year we have 11 first-year competitors, and the winner will receive a sterling silver diamond custom-made brooch supported by Sally Murrell Rich and made by Melbourne Jewellery Service. A $250 gift voucher prize from Wagner's Saddlery. A product pack from International Animal Health. A trophy rug from Cedar Lodge. And a commemorative medallion generously supported by the Mitchell and Draper families. And I'd now like to invite Sally Murrell Rich to present our Best First Year Rider Award. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to announce the best first-year competitor at Melbourne Royal Show 2025 Garryowen Equestrienne Turnout is exhibit number 1586, Ariel Stella, riding Arundel Esquire. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once more, please put your hands together for our best first-year competitor and for all of our first-year competitors. Our winner being Ariel Stella and Alan Bray Lescara. I would now like to introduce the McKinnon Medallion. The medallion is awarded in recognition of Marion McKinnon, Garryowen Hall of Fame inductee, Garryowen historian and author of 2 Garryowen books and Melbourne Royal President's Medal recipient. Please welcome Kathy Simpson to present a rosette to all of our competitors eligible for the McKinnon Medal, and Mr. Stuart McKinnon, son of Marion McKinnon, to present this year's winner of the McKinnon Medal. The McKinnon Medallion is awarded to the highest scoring Garryowen competitor, 45 years and over. The medallion, product pack and $250 prize has been generously supported by International Animal Health. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to announce the McKinnon Medallion winner of the Melbourne Royal Show for the 2025 Garryowen Equestrienne Turnout is 1788 Margot Haynes and Cheriton Black Label. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we await for all of our horses and riders for the McKinnon Medal to receive their sash, once more, please give a round of applause to our winning rider and horse, that being Margot Haynes and Cheriton Black Label. Oh dear. Do we have umbrellas? All right. Should we keep going? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it looks as though our horses and rider combinations have made their way back into the lineup. Well, don't you just love a good weather event? It was just sunshine and now we've got rain. But I tell you what, it'll never stop the premier show here in Victoria, and that is our Garryowen. So we'll move on and present the awards, ladies and gentlemen. So please join me in welcoming to a very wet lectern, Dr. Catherine Ainsworth.
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's certainly welcome. It's a privilege to serve on the board here at Melbourne Royal. And, you know, horses, weather, mud, rain, it's all part of the experience. But we're here certainly for this very exciting moment, which is to announce the winners of the Garryowen Equestrienne Turnout. The 91st year, and that's the milestone that we are celebrating today. We've already heard about the proud history of the event and its name taken from the champion saddle horse Garryowen and honouring the legacy of Violet Murrell. We look forward to the future, and the Garryowen continues to go from strength to strength. We're so thrilled to have 11 first-time competitors here this year, and I think that's a testament to the prestige of the event. A special thanks to our sponsors. We note that the prize winners within the event receive a generous prize pack from a large number of sponsors, and most of those sponsors are very loyal and committed to the continuation of the Garryowen. A reminder to all of the winners of prizes today to be gracious in thanking your sponsors. To all the volunteers that help with the event, you can see the number of people with the Horses in Action program as a whole and the Garryowen itself. And to the competitors, thank you for your hard work, dedication and passion. We know that Violet and Garryowen's legacy lives on. So good luck to you all as we move to the announcement of the winners.
Well, thank you, Catherine, as Catherine will now help me present this year's placing awards along with our officials party. So, Catherine, let's begin with 6th place as I hold my notes off the lectern.
In 6th place, competitor 1884, Warrawee Impresario, Elizabeth Crawford. In 5th place, competitor 593, Merrick's Fiore, Lauren Ellery. In 4th place, competitor 269, Flute R, ridden by Bryony Randall. In 3rd place, competitor 1278, Regal Quest, written by Kate Halliday. In 2nd place, competitor 1788, Sheraton Black Label, ridden by Margot Haynes. And now it is my absolute privilege to announce the winner of the 2025 Garryowen Equestrienne Turnout. And the winner is competitor 1315, Wainara Signature, written by Bryony Lee.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as the photos are being taken, as you will see, we probably need to give another round of applause to our winning rider and sash winner out here, that being Bryony Lee and Wainara Signature. And as you will see, it's customary every year with the Garryowen that the winning horse receives a beautiful floral garland, which you can see is being presented today by its creator, Lynn Milburn, and assisted by committee member Dean Matthews. So thank you to Lynn and Dean with that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I know the focus at the moment is focused on our winning rider combination, but also to our place gettings. But as you can see behind me, I've noticed our horses have left the arena. So once again, please give all of our competitors for this year's 2025 Garryowen a round of applause. You will see Sally Murrell-Rich has also presented the diamond-encrusted jewellery piece to our winning rider. So very shortly, our winning rider will dismount and come and join me up here on the lectern, because I can see there are some very excited family up there just waiting for this moment.
When she comes up, will you present her with flowers?
I need a rider. Well, as our winning rider makes her way over to the lectern for a final big moment, let's thank Catherine Ainsworth to present the Garryowen Equestrienne Turnout flowers to our winning rider, and that being this year, Bryony Lee. Come on over, Bryony. How does this feel, Bryony?
It's amazing. It's honestly such an honour.
Step right in,
Sorry. This is such an honour. Growing up as a little girl and really wanting to come out and compete in the Garryowen and winning it was just a dream. So I'm so lucky. Thank you to Simone for always trusting me with Orlando. Thank you to my family for everything that you do. Carol Hassel, Kate Richards, all of the sponsors, and all of my beautiful friends for coming to watch me and support me today.
So the horse has etched himself well and truly into the history books now. Your first time up here, yeah. It is absolutely brilliant to see. Your sister Ebby's won it before. Yeah. It's a family that knows exactly what they're doing when it comes to the Garryowen. Well done for you. Yeah. The workout, take us through it. I didn't get this opportunity to interview you.
Oh, well, I wasn't really nervous at all. I was just excited to get out there, and I just kept telling myself, just ride it like a hat class. Don't think about riding it like a rider class at all. And yeah, he was perfect. He was so good. It was beautiful.
Your morning, when did it start? How did it all come to pass? I know a few girls were up at 4 a.m. Take us through your morning.
My morning was pretty cruisy. I was up at, I think, 4:30. We started working at 5:30. I was still cruising around the stables, not dressed at 9:30, 10 o'clock, so I wasn't stressed at all.
Well, I think your boy over there, he's not been playing ball. He's not posing for those photos. Ladies and gentlemen, give her an absolute huge round of applause as she's now etched her name into the Garryowen Turnout history books. Well, what a wonderful thrill indeed for all of her family, for all of her friends, but also for the owners of the horse, having taken out another Garryowen Equestrienne Turnout. So in a moment or two's time, we'll see that Bryony Lee will obviously get back up onto her horse and do a lap of honour. But whilst she's doing that, I'm pleased to let you know that she will be receiving a $1,000 gift voucher from Wagner's Saddlery. A $1,000 cash prize kindly supported by Melanie Hollins. A portrait of Garryowen winning horse supported by Adrian West Equestrian Art. A product pack from International Animal Health and a trophy rug from Cedar Lodge Equine Products. time in the world. Just let me know when you're going to do it.
Okay, now you're done.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes today's Garryowen presentation. And once again, I'd like to sincerely thank Catherine, our distinguished guests, our judges, our stewards, presenters, supporters, and of course, all of our competitors. We trust that you have all enjoyed our Garryowen Equestrienne Turnout here at Melbourne Show and the presentation that's had everything from sunshine to rain to wind, you name it. It's brought it all, and it's absolutely my pleasure to be your host today. Ladies and gentlemen, your winning rider, Bryony Lee and Wainara's Signature. Your second place getter, Cheriton Park Black Label and Margot Haynes. In third, Regal Quest, Kate Halliday. For the fourth, Flutar and Bryony Randall. With our fifth going to Merrick's Fior and Lauren Ellery. And our sixth to Warramwe Impresario and Elizabeth Crawford. And here's the photo one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for your time. We hope to be back very shortly as All Things Turnout continues here on our Melbourne Royal Arena. That concludes our presentation. Hope to be back next year.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the Orbit Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
It's funny. We all have things we can't resist. But sometimes
Really?
you need to make space for you.
Space for you. Thanks, Graham.
And when word spreads, everyone's potential is unleashed.
It'll all be here when we need it.
Because when people make space,
David, every time.
great things happen.
We all have a need to connect, to know what's going on.
That's where we come in.
People wanting to switch on the TV news to get the information they need.
Making sure you know what the risk is when these big weather events happen.
Sometimes you sit with these people and you cry with them.
It's hard not to get emotional.
To help people by asking the questions they need answers to, how does it affect us?
To make sure it's the truth.
You have to get in there. Fiery says, if you see us run, run.
The adrenaline starts pumping. It still gives me a chill down my spine.
It's these big moments that bring us together as a nation.
Connecting people to that makes them feel part of Melbourne.
That emotion jumps through the screen to everybody watching.
Well, everybody wants to feel connected.
We're connecting people with people.
And when we do it, none of us are alone.
7 News, connecting you.
Auto emergency braking, stopping for you. Auto emergency braking, AEB, uses radar or camera systems to measure the distance between you and the vehicle in front. If that distance suddenly gets smaller, usually because the vehicle in front has come to a sudden stop, the AEB responds by automatically braking, often before you have a chance to react. Advanced AEB systems can even detect cyclists and pedestrians. Auto emergency braking has been estimated to reduce rear-end crashes resulting in fatal and serious injuries by 27%. Understand more about active safety technology at howsafeisyourcar.com.au.
At Spotlight, we believe that life's what you make it, and that things don't have to cost a lot to mean a lot. Because the more love, care, and flair you put into something, the more you get out of it. To the homebodies and house proud, we say there should be a little bit of you in everything you do. So we're here to help you create it, decorate it, and celebrate it for less. All backed by our bargain guarantee. At Spotlight, it's what you make it.
Life's full of challenges
Did we check the dimensions?
and big surprises. We see potential where others might not.
You need to make space for you.
Babe, we need to make space.
And when word spreads, everyone's potential is unleashed.
Not kidding me.
Because when people make space, great things happen.
Sushi Hut, that's the sushi that I love. So fresh, so good, so eat now. Sushi Hut.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've completed our morning program and we begin at this afternoon's program, and it's class number 181 and it's the Esquire Equestrienne Turnout, very similar to the Garryowen case.
Well, it is, and what a wonderful event that was. These girls are back out here again once more to try their luck for the Esquire Turnout. So it's best of luck to all of our ladies that are joining us out here at the moment. Now, there is no official order, I don't believe, of which we are going out. As I have a look through my binoculars, I reckon that might be Georgia Greenwell, who was the very first of our riders there. I can't see the number because the horse's back is to us, but just from what I can see, I think that might be Georgie. Well, we welcome back out our Garryowen judges who are joining us out here at the moment for our Esquire Turnout. They are the way of Anne Yorth, Melissa Rideout, Claire Simpson, Warren Coyle, Karen Fisher and Sophie Kelly. So the very first horse and rider combination that we see out on our arena is number 1959. It's Revelwood Steadfast, ridden by Georgia Greenwell.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next horse to work is exhibit number 413, a JD, a Total Fascination, ridden by Olivia Greenwell from Telegrupana here in Victoria. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next horse to work is exhibit number 1932, KVS Lapari, ridden by Kristen Brennan from Yarra Glen in Victoria. Our next horse to work, ladies and gentlemen, number 1273, Chippenham Smarty Jones, ridden by Alicia Bailey from Whittlesea in Victoria. ladies and gentlemen, our horse currently working is exhibit number 727 in Tycing, ridden by Alicia Hall from Sorel in Tasmania. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next horse to work, exhibit number 747, MacArthur Park Star Soprano, ridden by Holly Hildebrandt from Elmore in Victoria. MacArthur Star Soprano and Holly Hildebrandt. next horse to work, ladies and gentlemen. Number 1615 in your programs, a Levant, ridden by Kelsey Moon from Hoddles Creek in Victoria. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next horse to work, exhibit number 676, Staunton Vale Henley, ridden by Susan Buffton from Ballyang in Victoria. ladies and gentlemen, next horse to work is exhibit number 698, a Strawton Vale Winchester, ridden by Hannah Buffton from Ballyang in Victoria.
Well, the next of our competitors to join us is Chantel Thomas, exhibit number 996, riding Ponderosa stud Lovely. Well, the next horse to join us will be exhibit number 313. It's CJP Keynote, ridden by Brooke Wheeler. The next horse and rider combination will be that of Natalie McKay, the exhibit number 1868, riding St. Onyx. Well, the next of our competitors, we welcome out exhibit number 838. The horse is SLM Showman, and it's ridden by Angelina Predrisat.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next horse to work. Exhibit number 469, and it's a Bel Air Cartier, ridden by Jemima Draper-Ryan from Riddles Creek in Victoria. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next horse to work is exhibit number 1181, Runs on Chocolate, and ridden by Lycia Sturm from Werribee here in Victoria. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome in to our arena our last combination, and it's the combination exhibit number 372, Verdict by Direction, and it's ridden today here by Melissa Gillies from Sydney in New South Wales. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the judging of class number 181, our Esquire Equestrienne Turnout. And this particular class was instigated by the late Mrs. W.R. Nevins of Brandon Park from Oakley to commemorate her renowned hack, Esquire. Our winner today will receive, or the best off the track exhibit will receive a trophy rug, proudly supported by Racing Victoria off the track. Our first place getter will receive a trophy, sixth down to sixth place. And our first will also receive a product pack supported by International Animal Health Products. This class is also proudly supported by Tough Rock Proprietary Limited. And there's a garland supported by DW Warboys, M. White, L. Melbourne, and W&R Laughlin. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have now concluded the judging of class number 181, our Esquire Equestrian Turnout. Well, ladies and gentlemen, whilst we're waiting for our scores to be collated, the Esquire has a proud tradition as one of the premier turnouts here at Melbourne Royal. And our best off-the-track exhibit today will receive a trophy rug and $500 proudly supported by Racing Victoria off the track. And of course, Racing Victoria's off-the-track program was launched in 2012 and aims to facilitate the placement of retired thoroughbred horses into second careers. At the heart of the off-the-track program is a statewide network of acknowledged retrainers re-educating retired racehorses for various life after racing pursuits. And this include those horses who have struggled to transition to second careers who are now getting the opportunity to realise their potential post-racing via RVs funded retraining initiatives, the Reset program. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, our best thoroughbred will receive a trophy rug and $500. Proudly supported by Racing Victoria off the track. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our numbers are starting to appear on my screen, so we won't be too far away from the presentation of the winner for the 2025 Esquire Equestrienne Turnout. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the scores are through for the 2025 Esquire Equestrienne Turnout, and we'll make our announcements in reverse order. But before we do, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to call forward our best thoroughbred for this particular class, proudly sponsored by Racing Victoria Off the Track, and it is exhibit number 1868. It's St. Onyx, ridden by Natalie McKay from Tynong North here in Victoria. So the best off the track performer will receive a trophy rug and $500, and that's proudly supported by Racing Victoria Off the Track. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that trophy rug has been proudly presented by Margie White, our new recipient of a legend status in our Garryowen Hall of Fame. So now we're back to our business of awarding the winner of the 2025 Equestrienne Turnout. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great delight to call forward our winner and placings for the 2025 Esquire Equestrienne Turnout in reverse order. So we will be calling our sixth ribbon first, our sixth placing. And congratulations go to sixth place, exhibit number 996, Ponderosa Stud Lovely, ridden by Chantel Thomas, exhibited by Chantel Thomas from Clonbinane here in Victoria. And by the basis of those cheers in the crowd, it's a very popular winner. And Chantel was up here a little earlier this afternoon having a chat to me after her Garryowen, and such a delightful lady you would ever meet. So vivacious and always happy. So she will be absolutely thrilled. Now, in fifth place, we call forward Exhibit number 413, JD Total Fascination, ridden by Olivia Greenwell from Talagarupna here in Victoria. Fourth place, Exhibit 1959, ladies and gentlemen, Revelwood Steadfast and Georgia Greenwell. So we've got the sisters combination there. And they're also from Talagarupna here in Victoria. Third place, ladies and gentlemen, I call forward Exhibit 1273, and that's Chippenham Smarty Jones, ridden by Alicia Bailey from Whittlesea here in Victoria. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we now call forward our runner-up for the 2025 Esquire Equestrian Turnout, exhibit number 1868, and it's St Onyx, ridden by Natalie McKay from Tynong North in Victoria. So, ladies and gentlemen, I give you your placings for this year's Equestrian Turnout, and it's now with great delight I will call forward our winner. And congratulations go exhibit number 313, CJP Keynote, ridden by Brooke Wheeler from Hill End in Victoria. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I repeat our winner and placings down there. Congratulations go to our winner, CJP Keynote and Brooke Wheeler. Second place, St Onyx and Natalie McKay. Third place, Chippenham Smarty Jones, the horse with the best name on the program, ridden by Alicia Bailey. Fourth place, Revelwood Steadfast and Georgia Greenwell. Fifth place, JD Total Fascination and Olivia Greenwell. And rounding off our placings, ladies and gentlemen, and it's Ponderosa Stud Lovely and Chantel Thomas. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this class is proudly sponsored by International Animal Health Products, Tough Rock Proprietary Limited, and Racing Victoria Off the Track. And our Gardeland is proudly supported by the War Boys White, Melbourne and Laughlin families. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, I give you the winner of the 2025 Esquire Equestrian Turnout. And congratulations, CJP Keynote and Brooke Wheeler. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's put your hands together for our winner and placings for the 2025 Esquire Equestrian Turnout. Our winner, CJP Keynote and Brooke Wheeler.
Well done to all of our competitors out there in our Esquire Turnout. What a lovely sight it is indeed to see them all. Thank you so much to our judges, to our stewards. As very shortly we'll get underway with our program. when I find my paperwork, which is our afternoon program out here. And what have we got today, Steve? We move back out this afternoon. We have our Grand Parade trophy for our hunters, and then we have our Providence Cup show hunter Galloways out here as well. And to also join us, we've got our Child's Show Hunter hacks and our open hacks. So it's quite a very busy afternoon out here for all things hacks, except for our Galloways that we bring in for our Providence Cup a little bit later tonight. Well, it's been a big day for everybody here out on what are we? We're on day 9 today. It's a very big day. 2 more days left of our Melbourne Royals. So if you are looking for some more things to do, we have got rides out there for every age and every level. So kids can go on the Kids Carnival with gentler rides like our Cup and Saucer or Jumbo the Elephant. If you want to try something different, you can do our Adventure Carnival with Dodgem Cars and Pirates Revenge. Or if you want to be that real daredevil, you can do the Thrill Seekers Carnival with rides like the Skyflyer XXL and the F1 Euro Slide. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. If you're looking for something to do, we have that. But also we've got our Farm Animal Pin Trail. And this is a really good thing to do. I'm going to do this probably either tomorrow or on Sunday. What you can do for just $5 is you journey along the 5-stop animal trail to meet cows, sheep, horses, chickens, dogs, and much, much more. So at each stop, you collect a limited edition lapel pin. There's 5 to take home, and as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, they'll be treasured keepsakes. So if you want to do something a little bit different, that is new here this year, and that is our Farm Animal Pin Trail.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now commence our afternoon program. And in Ring 1, we commence with class number 130, our child's show hunter hack.
Well, in ring number 2, I'm going to be given class 149. It's our Grand Parade Trophy. I'm very much looking forward to this event. As you can see, we've got a great big number of horses coming out for this competition. So in a moment or two's time, we will get started with class 149, our Grand Parade Trophy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get underway down in ring number 2 with class 149, and it is our Grand Parade Trophy. Now, this particular horse was named by Belinda Ralph, who would you believe is actually down judging in ring number 1. So Grand Parade is Melinda's most beloved mare. Breeder, owner and producer in Melinda Grand Parade, a riding pony mare by the stallion Fairlight Acres Kristen, out of a thoroughbred mare Picture. Grand Parade was a Grand National Small Galloway Royal Melbourne Show champion riding pony mare, Melbourne Royal champion novice, and the list goes on to much, much more. Showhack Council Small Galloway of the Year, and her progeny have gone on to be Barrastock Newcomers of the Year, multiple Equestrian Victoria Newcomer Championships, champion novice Canberra Royal. So that's some of the progeny of Grand Parade. And Melinda, as I know she's out there judging at the moment in ring number 1, I'm sure would love to congratulate the winner for the Grand Parade Trophy on their success at this year's event and wishes them all for the very best for the next future. So good luck to everyone competing out in ring number 2. It's going to be a great class that we are not too far from getting started. So judging for our Grand Parade Trophy out in ring number 2 at the moment is Melanie Skinner, who has the task of narrowing down to a top 10. So Melanie's the one that has been randomly selected as a judge. to narrow down our top 10. Melanie will then, once the top 10 has been created or made by the horses that she chooses, then we move on to bringing in with her Anne Yorth and Karen Fisher. Well, as we wait for the scores to be given for our ring down here in ring number 1, once that result has been given to our tablets up here, I will make the announcements for the horses and rider combinations that have made it through to our final for our Grand Parade trophy.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have our results in now from class number 130, our child's show hunter hack over 15 and not exceeding 16 hands down here in ring number 1. And congratulations go to our winner, exhibit number 593, Merrick's Fiore, ridden by Annabelle Richardson from Mount Moriac here in Victoria. Second placing, number 1546, Danson Black Metallic, ridden by Grace Bands, and from Baxter in Victoria. Third place, number 372, Verdict by Direction, ridden by Winter Schultz from Sydney in New South Wales. Fourth placing, ladies and gentlemen, number 1360, Merrick's Ruby, ridden by Harlow Lesko. That's from Inverleigh in Victoria. Fifth place, ladies and gentlemen, CJP Keynote, exhibit 313, ridden by Sabrina Gilmore from Hill End in Victoria. And rounding off our placings, ladies and gentlemen, exhibit number 286, Marina Sundial, and ridden by Eliza Kerslake from Balhanna in South Australia. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations go to our winner and placings in class number 130 down here, the Child's Show Hunter hack, over 15, not exceeding 16 hands. And our winner, Merrick's Fiore and Annabelle Richardson.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we mentioned earlier, we would say that we would announce whom has made it through to our Grand Parade top 10, ladies and gentlemen. So as I take you through the horses that have made their way through to the top 10 and progressed to the final here for ring number 2 is Manavale Show Me, nominated by Nicole Roberts. Penbury Park Times Square for Alyssa Gustosi. Stage Whisper for Romsey Park and Lyndon Hearn. Bambara American Idol, and its horses in partnership with Richards, Parsons and Davis. We've also got Argyle Artisan, nominated by Charlotte Hunt. KT Fine Design for the BR Show Team. KT So Fine for Melanie Burns. Mirror Image for Claire Thomas. Destiny's Diamantina for Alyssa Gustosi. And our last there to make it to the top 10 is Westgrove Holly's Ultimate for Mia Warren. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. If you are listening on our live stream or watching from the stands, they are the horses that have made it through to the top 10 for our Grand Parade trophy. when we speak about Grand Parade, well, this class is a tribute of Grand Parade's highly successful career as a Grand National winner, a Royal Show champion and a successful broodmare. Her father, or should I say, she owned and bred Melinda Did out here. Melinda's the judge in ring number 1, would you believe, of Grand Stud, and she supports this event in recognition of her most beloved mare. And it's presented to the best saddle Galloway over 14 and not over 15 hands.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome on to our arena, our next class for this afternoon down here in ring number 1. And it's class number 131, a Child's Show Hunter Hack, over 16 hands. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our judge down there in ring number 1, Ms. Melinda Ralph, has determined the winner of class number 131, our child's show hunter hack over 16 hands. And we call forward our winner, exhibit number 1290, Jazz Dan Dark Perfection, exhibited by Rebecca Gowan from Miners Rest here in Victoria. Second place goes to exhibit 296, Vigo KVE, ridden by Grace Baines from Tynong North in Victoria. Third place, exhibit 1838, Hollands Bend Fraternite, ridden by Zali Mills, exhibited from the Future Farms Group from Romsey here in Victoria. Fourth place, number 1995, Hollands Bend First Romance, ridden by Charlotte Falk, also from Lancefield in Victoria. Fifth place, exhibit 1483, Just Marco Polo, ridden by Keezer Bartholomew's and exhibited by Hayley Graham from Finley in New South Wales. Rounding off our placings, ladies and gentlemen, exhibit number 1506, DQ Stampede, ridden by Harriet Davis from Lilydale here in Victoria. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to our winner, Child's Show Hunter Hack over 16 hands at Jazdan Dark Perfection. Well, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the winner of class number 131, and it's Jazdan Dark Perfection.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, very, very shortly we are about to make the presentation, of which Steve will have the results upstairs for you all. But we'll look at the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to invite the judge from ring number 1, Melinda Ralph. It's lovely to have you back joining us here at Melbourne Royal.
Thank you, Casey. It's beautiful to be back and be a part of such an amazing event and to see people that I love and seeing everyone have a great time. It makes me really happy.
Well, let's speak about the event of which we're undertaking here in ring number 2. This particular trophy is named after your beloved mare, Grand Parade. There wasn't much that Grand Parade didn't win in the show ring, and then she's gone on to be a magnificent horse as a breed horse. Tell us about your special affinity with her.
Oh, look, I was just so lucky to have her in my life. And right from the moment she was born, she was just a special, special horse. And to meet people when I travel interstate to judge that still remember her shows that she set a standard, and that makes me really proud of her.
I'm led to believe that unfortunately you might have lost her this year, or you did lose her this year, Melinda.
Yes, I did, and it's very emotional.
Sad to know that these, they might be four-legged, but they're our family, aren't they? They're our best friends. And to have you out here, which is why we've paused ring number 1 for a minute, because you've got judging duties, but to have you out here to make the presentation on her behalf on a year that is obviously quite hard for you.
It is, but it's... I think of her only with love, and to have people that come out and be a part of my event, it means a lot.
Well, let's see who the winning recipient is, Melinda. We'll let you make the presentation.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great delight to be able to announce the winner of a very special class here this afternoon. And as Casey said, Melinda Rolfe, named in honour of her very special horse, Grand Parade. And ladies and gentlemen, it's with great pleasure I can call forward our winner. Exhibit number 1051, KT Fine Design, exhibited by the BR Show Team from Pakenham here in Victoria.
Discovery, Owen throttle up. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle function.
Well, that's our judge down there. And of course, it's Melinda Rolfe who proudly sponsors this class, presents our ribbon and trophy down there. This particular class, the Grand Parade Trophy, is presented to the best saddle Galloway, over 14 hands and not exceeding 15 hands. And the class is a tribute to Grand Parade's highly successful career as a Grand National winner, Royal Show champion and successful broodmare. Her owner and breeder, Melinda Rolfe of Grand Stud, supports this event in recognition of her most beloved mare. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now call forward our runner-up for the Grand Parade Trophy 2025. And congratulations go. We call forward exhibit number 317, Penbury Park Time Square, exhibited by Alyssa Gustosi from Millswood in South Australia. So congratulations go to our winner and our runner-up, ladies and gentlemen. And, of course, all of our top 10 horses out there will also receive a ribbon for the Grand Parade Trophy Final. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, I give you our winner. And it is KT Fine Design, exhibited by the BR Show Team from Pakenham here in Victoria.
Well, very shortly when I get the opportunity, as you can see, Melinda has made her way over to our runner-up. Well, Bryony, you've had a wonderful show so far, but it's great to have Melinda out here joining us throughout the presentation because, as she said, she lost her best friend this year.
Yeah, I'm really close to Melinda, so this is really special to win this award. Meg was a beautiful mare and meant everything to Melinda, and I've been lucky enough to ride some of her babies as well for Melinda. So it's a real honour to win this award.
Where did you find this lovely animal? We speak about how we come to have these beautiful best friends in our stable. Your stable, she's been very successful. How did you come to find her?
Yeah, so he's owned by Kerry Armstrong, and she'd had him for about 12 months. He was being trained in Sydney and then came down, and it just happened that he came to me, and he hasn't looked back. He's just, gone from strength to strength and won us a lot, and his owner will be very happy.
Well, congratulations to you all in the background. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, our winner and our runner-up for our Grand Parade trophy. Well done to the team out there with this particular horse. And again to our runner-up. We've also got our friends here from International Animal Health. We haven't spoken to them so far, but geez, they've been instrumental. Who am I speaking to? Come on, Eliza, you've gone the short straw. You're standing next to me. You guys have been synonymous with Melbourne Royal. You're here every year after year with these lovely buckets. It's so good to see such quality animals out on our main arena.
It is. It's been a fabulous few days of competition for us. Of course, Alan and Stuart manning the fort last week, but we've also been running around to the cattle section, sheep, alpaca, and we've added on dogs as well this year. So not only amazing horse flesh, but plenty of livestock and many great things to see here.
Because you guys do cover a lot of forms, as we were speaking about up there earlier. The products that you produce are not only just for our equine friends, but they cover all aspects. So for anyone that's got a dog or for a sheep, what can you suggest? Because I know probably a lot of people here from the city will have a lot of dogs in their family. So what are some of the products that we offer for our dogs, not just our horses?
We do have a probiotic range, Pro Nature, that's very highly used by vets for small animals, but then of course right through to the commercial farms with some of our cattle pour-ons, drenches, and lots of other products.
Well, we look forward to having you here every year, so thank you so much to the team, and guys, you're instrumental out here at Melbourne Royal, so well done. As we continue our event, Steve, I'm pretty sure you've got a big one coming up shortly. I think you've got a championship, so we'll sit back and wait and see who takes that out.
Well, Casey, we now will announce our top 10 in the Grand Parade Trophy Final. Third place was exhibit number 1799. Fourth place, number 1413. Fifth place, number 1736. Sixth place, number 509. Sixth place, sixth place, number 509. Seventh place, number 433. Eighth place, number 1459. Ninth place, number 436. And rounding off our top 10, ladies and gentlemen, exhibit number 262. Well, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the winner of the Grand Parade Trophy Final. KT, find a sign, the BR Show team. Well, ladies and gentlemen, down in ring number 1, our very busy judge here this afternoon, Melinda Ralph, is undertaking the judging of our champion Child's Show Hunt Attack over 15 hands.
Well, about to get underway. You'll see the wonderful numbers out in ring number 2, but we're focusing at the moment, if you look on our big screen TV, on ring number 1, which is our championship for our child's show hunter hack over 15 hands. And very, very shortly in ring number 2, you'll see we are just getting underway with what is our Providence Cup for our show hunter Galloways. Again, one of the most sought after competitions here. It's one of our majors, a little like what we saw before in the last class for our Grand Parade trophy, where we will narrow down to get a top 10. But we'll speak about that class in a minute or two's time. We'll await the results for our championship from ring 1.
Well, that's right, Casey. And of course, this is our champion child's show hunter hack over 15 hands. And the winner will receive a product pack and a garland proudly supported by International Animal Health Products. This particular championship is also proudly supported by a trophy rug supported by Romsey Park, presented today. Well, it says here in my program, Mr. Terry Van Huysen and Mr. Greg Mickham, but I can't see them down there, ladies and gentlemen, so perhaps our judge will do that on their behalf. So well, ladies and gentlemen, it's with great delight I can now ask our champion child's show hunter hack over 15 hands for the 2025 Melbourne Royal Show to walk forward now. And I call forward exhibit number 593, Merrick's Fiore, ridden by Annabelle Richardson from Mount Moriac here in Victoria. So congratulations go to our champion child's show hunter hack, Merrick's Fiore. Well, now we call forward our reserve champion child's show hack over 15 hands, and congratulations go to our reserve champion, exhibit number 1290, Jasden Dark Perfection, exhibited by Rebecca Groen from Miners Rest in Victoria. Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to our champion down there. Wonderful horse, Merrick's Fiore. And Casey, a child's show hunter hack would be the delight of every mother.
Well, that's for sure. It's amazing to get our big, beautiful hunter hacks out there carrying our young ones around the arenas with such poise and such grace as they take care. And that's exactly what it is that we are looking for. We're looking for that animal that takes care of the child rider, that ensures that they are safe at all times. And I think these two horses that we are watching down here with our judge, Melinda Ralph, are an example of that. Lovely, lovely animals, high quality animals, but again, work to perfection, which is what we are looking at for a show hunter.
Well, that's right. So, ladies and gentlemen, well, Casey, I went a little early on the parade music, but now, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our champion, our child's show hunter hack over 15 hands, and congratulations go to our champion, Merrick's Fiore.
Well, give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Steve was over anticipating the ride-off there, so he's excited about that. But no element of doubt about our champion and reserve. Congratulations to our competitors for our child's show hunter hacks. Well, as you will see down in ring number 2, we are all things action stations down there for our show hunter Galloways. And what we are looking for out here is an exhibit that is that of a quality Galloway. So what we are looking for is to narrow this down to a top 10, pretty much exactly the same as you saw in the last class. We are doing it again now. We're judging on manners, paces, conformation, soundness, and of course, performance. So all of those things come together is what we are looking for down here. But we have that delightful task of getting 10 horses to compete for a workout before and runner-up. Now let's speak a little bit about this particular class. And Karen Fisher, who was actually out here judging the Grand Parade class a little bit earlier. Well, she's a competitor, supporter, a judge, as I just mentioned, a past committee member and coach within the showing industry, and has always strived to put it back in. No, she won't be too far away because she does very, very much hold the prestige that is our Providence Cup. It's her baby, as we say, a little bit like Melinda with the Grand Parade trophy. This is Karen's baby. We're about to look at our Providence Cup Show Hunter Galloways. It's Class 98. Well, the combination that we are currently watching on our big screen at the moment for our Providence Cup show Hunter Galloways is that of 1214. It's High Pine Temptation, nominated by Andrea Rydell Carrison. Well, the next combination we see that's progressed through to the final is that of 980. It's Sanlira Ferrero, nominated by Fiona Raffello from Kenthurst in New South Wales. Well, currently out working out in ring 2 is 1762. It's Bow Park Vegas, nominated by Monique Kalija Goodman from Kangaroo Ground here in Victoria. The next horse that we are currently watching on our big screen TV is that of 652. It's JD Blackwatch, and it's nominated by Olivia, Georgia, Shelley Greenwell, John DeMarco. So it's nice to see this particular combination working across the diagonal as we speak. Exhibitor number 667 is currently working out in ring 2. That is that of Tamari Park Production, nominated by Tamara Lee from Whittlesea here in Victoria. Well, we are currently watching Fallu Lane Monte Carlo, nominated by Shauna McLean. And that is the exhibit number of 1059. The next of our exhibits is 1280. It's EBL Ben Hur, nominated by Brooke Wheeler from Hill End here in Victoria. Well, progressing through to our final, as you can see, the next of our horse and rider combinations is that of exhibit number 931. It's Lyndhurst Connery, exhibited by the Bryony Randall show team from Pakenham here in Victoria.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the first of our Child's Hack classes this afternoon, and it's our Child's Hack over 15 hands and not exceeding 16 hands, class number 174. So we call forward our winner, exhibit number 473, KT Song and Dance, ridden by Grace Baines from Baxter in Victoria. Second place is exhibit number 676, Staunton Vale Henley, ridden by Annabelle Richardson from Ballyang in Victoria. Third place, exhibit 211, Tremaine Coachella, ridden by Molly Manchester, exhibited by Elizabeth Day from Young in New South Wales. Fourth place, number 1242, Co-Conspirator, ridden by Winter Schultz, exhibited by Melissa Gillies from Sydney, New South Wales. Fifth place, exhibit number 1063, SLM Night Owl, ridden by Ruby Collegia Goodman, exhibited by Monique Collegia Goodman from Kangaroo Ground in Victoria. Rounding off our placings down there with it for our Child's Hacks, ladies and gentlemen, exhibit number 926, Debonalet Jador, ridden by Darcy Thompson, exhibited by Darcy Thompson from Sylvan here in Victoria. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I give you our Child's Hack for the 2025 Melbourne Royal Show. Over 15 hands and not exceeding 16 hands. And it's exhibit number 473, KT Song and Dance and Grace Baines.
Well, just about to finish their workout is that of the exhibit number 1511. It's Lyndhurst Copy That, exhibited by Romsey Park and Diane McDonnell and Tony Bailey. Well, currently working out is 1393. It's Bailey Risque, I should say. Bailey Risque, nominated by Dree Merry from Meningie in South Australia.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our next class onto ring number 1, and it's class number 175, our child's hack, over 16 hands.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we look through the finalities of our class down there, which is our Providence Cup Show Hunter Galloway. Well, let's talk a little bit about the Galloway. So a Galloway is Australia's top class show Galloway. What we're looking for with them is they should have characteristics consisting of presence, elegance, beauty, and that impression of absolute quality. And all of these attributes are at times hard to achieve in just one animal. But as I've said before, it is what compels and holds the attention of each of our judges and spectators that are sitting in the grandstands alike when we look for that one special Galloway when they enter the ring. Our show Galloways are bred as a type by talented and dedicated breeders. Their height classes consist of the small Galloway, and that is that of 14 to 14.2, and then onto the large Galloway, which we'll see is 14.2 to 15 hands. In the case of the small Galloway, a lot of these horses have held a large majority of pony bloodlines. And this height is ideal for our intermediate riders progressing into larger horses, you know, the next of their riding career, that being the saddle hack. So it's wonderful to have our Galloways out there as well in this particular class, as the Galloway, as I mentioned, is suitable for both junior and adult competitors. And once a champion has begun to forge their career, their value escalates, as we've said, into the tens of thousands of dollars. And I'm pretty sure that each and every one of these horses out there in our ring today are worth just that. Well, it's the excitement of the show ring. So, ladies and gentlemen, very shortly when our points are collated, we'll bring to you who will be the winner of our Providence Cup for our Show Hunter Galloways. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now have the results through for our Providence Cup Show Hunter Galloway final, and it is now my pleasure to call forward our winning combination, and it goes the way of Exhibit 1280 EBL Ben Hur and Brooke Wheeler. Congratulations. The Providence Cup was first introduced here back in 2012, and in 2022 the Providence Cup had expanded and now has 2 championship classes. The first that we saw was the Providence Cup Hunter Galloway, and we are now looking at our, the Providence Cup Hunter Hack event, and we are now looking at our Galloway event. So it's wonderful to have the Providence Cup back out here, as it is both prestigious events highlighting the very best of show hunters. And as we've seen yesterday and today through our show hunter hacks and our Galloways, the competition has been fierce, and each and every one of these animals out here is a delightful quality animal. So Karen Fisher was instrumental as a competitor, supporter and past committee member, judge and coach. And we know she's here today because she's been judging out earlier today. And she's been showing as well for many, many years. She says it's great to contribute back to the Royal Melbourne Show, or Melbourne Royal as we call it these days, and it's absolutely delightful to have her support out there today. And as they've been doing all day, you can see Eliza there snapping the photos. A huge big thank you go to International Animal Health for their sponsorship and support out here of our Providence Cup for our Show Hunter Galloway. So thank you to the team from International Animal Health. Well, without further ado, let's call forth our runner-up. Ladies and gentlemen, it goes the way of Exhibit 1214, and it is that of High Pine Temptation, nominated by Andrea Rydale Carrison from Obi Flat in South Australia.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're continuing with our classes here this afternoon, and down in ring number 1 we have our child's hack over 16 hands, and a show hack is defined as a quality, comfortable, well-mannered and educated riding horse, being of sound wind and limb, and a show hack should work forward and free, be nicely rounded and elevated in front, with the whole picture being pleasing to the eye. And the definition, ladies and gentlemen, of a show hack means a quality, comfortable, well-mannered and educated riding horse, and the horse should be excellently presented and give the appearance of being a pleasure to handle, watch and ride.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as they come past the grandstands, I can see lots of phones and cameras up filming the lap of honour. Congratulations once more to EBL Ben Hur, taking home the win here of our Providence Cup for our show hunter Galloways. And in second place, going to High Pine Temptation. So once again, congratulations to our winner and runner-up. Well, that concludes our judging now. Steve, from ring number 2, and I guess it would be remiss of me not to thank our judges and stewards. So thank you so much to Claire Simpson down there, as well as, when I find my notes, Michael Glenn and Melanie Skinner. So thank you so much for joining us out for what is our Providence Cup. It has been a pleasure to watch your judging undergo out there to narrow down. So on behalf of ring number 2, good night. But Steve, we've got some results coming up very, very shortly. Ring number 1 is still moving through the program.
Well, that's right, Casey. We're just waiting on our results up here for class number 175, our child's hack over 16 hands. Ladies and gentlemen, a slight delay with our scoring systems here, but we now have our results for class number 175, our Child's Hack, over 16 hands. And we call forward our winner. Exhibit number 141, a Tahitian R, ridden by Mason Hunt from Kangarilla in South Australia, exhibited by Charlotte Hunt. So congratulations there to go to our winner. Second place goes to exhibit number 1760, Royal Diamond Jubilee, ridden by Zali Mills and exhibited by Sherry Mills and Future Farms from Romsey in Victoria. Third placing, ladies and gentlemen, go to exhibit number 100, Efron, ridden by Zoe Phillips, exhibited by Donna Llewellyn and Linda Code from Narre Warren here in Victoria. Fourth place, number 961. Ladies and gentlemen, Neat and Tidy, ridden by Amelia McDougall, exhibited by Katrina McDougall from Gisborne South in Victoria. Fifth place, number 145. King Creed, ridden by Ruby Kaleja Goodwin, exhibited by Clint Bilson from Miraduct in Victoria. And sixth place, rounding off our placings, exhibitor number 1694. Eluding, ridden by Jasmine Roberts, exhibited by Melanie Lovegrove from Truganina in Victoria. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to our winner and placings down here in class number 175, our Child's Hack, over 16 hands, and our winner, Tahitian R and Mason Hunt. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to undertake the judging of our champion Child's Hack over 15 hands for 2025 Melbourne Royal. And our two eligible exhibitors or combinations are exhibit number 141, Tahitian R, ridden by Mason Hunt, and exhibit number 473, KT Song and Dance, ridden by Estelle Gore-Johnson. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our first horse to work in our champion child's hack over 15 hands is KT Song and Dance. And in the saddle is Estelle Gore-Johnson. And we have a proud father down there in the stands of Estelle. Our next horse to work, ladies and gentlemen, is Tahitian R. And up in the saddle, Mason Hunt from Kangarilla in South Australia. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our judge, Ms. Melinda Ralph, has selected her champion. And the horse that came second to the champion in the class is now eligible to challenge for the reserve champion. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final class of Day 9 for the 2025 Melbourne Royal Show, and it is with great pleasure. It's a very important class. It is our champion child's hack over 15 hands, and it gives me great delight to call forward our champion. And it's exhibit number 141, Tahitian R, ridden by Mason Hunt, exhibited by Charlotte Hunt from Kangarilla in South Australia. So, ladies and gentlemen, our champion will receive a sash product pack and a garland supported by International Animal Health Products. We'll also receive a trophy rug supported by Romsey Park and presented down there this afternoon by our judge for Mr. Terry Van Huysen and Mr. Greg Micken. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, our champion, Child's Hack for 2025, our Melbourne Royal Show. And congratulations go Tahitian R. And we now, with great pleasure, call forward our reserve champion. Reserve champion, Child's Hack, over 15 hands. Congratulations, exhibit number 1760, Royal Diamond Jubilee, ridden by Zaley Mills, exhibited by Sherry Mills and Future Farms from Romsey here in Victoria. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, congratulations go to our champion, Child's Hack, over 15 hands, Tahitian R. Well, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our champion, reserve champion, Child's Hack, and our champion, Tahitian R.
Well, Steve, it's been a big day here for day number 9. It's been a massive day as we see this beautiful reserve champion make its way out of the arena. Golly gosh, Steve, I'd take that one home and put that one in my stable. What a beautiful animal was our champion and our reserve, but I will definitely love to have both of those horses in my stable. It's been a big day. We've seen the Garryowen Equestrienne Turnout run and won. It goes the way of, well, the horse takes two wins, Wainara Signature, but this time we've changed sister. We've had Ebony Lee win the class before for the first time on Wainara Signature, and now this year we see Bryony Lee, so her sister, take home the coveted blue ribbon. And gee, what a performance it would be to have two riders in the same family win the most prestigious equestrian event in the Southern Hemisphere. That's saying something, isn't it? Well, Lynn and Paul would be extremely proud this evening. Proud parents, their sibling rivalry has finally been put to bed. Both sisters now have won the Gazza, the Garryowen as we call it, and that's a wonderful, wonderful outcome. And I'm not sure if that makes history. I can't recall any other sisters who have won the Garryowen out of the same family. Well, we'll have to check that one out. And if there has, we'll have to make a little bit of announcement on that tomorrow. But it's great to have had the same family and sisters both win that coveted blue ribbon. That's not an easy ribbon to win. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of equestrians past, present, that have all wanted to win that class, and only very few get the chance to do so. Well, the talented Lee girls continue to raise the bar across all aspects of showing, and not only here in our turnout classes, in our hack classes, our pony classes, our Galloway classes, the Lee girls incredibly successful. So it's a really huge congratulations go to the Lee family, and Lynn and Paul,
very, very proud parents this evening.
Well, not only that as well, our best first year went the way of Ariel Stella. She had a great reception when she won. Everyone was super proud behind her, which was great to see. And nevertheless, Margot Hayes, well, she's been there. She's done it all before. She knows what it's like to come out here and win the event. So it's great to have Margot take home the McKinnon medal too. So ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our equestrian horse events for today. That is day number 9. Yes, we are back here again tomorrow, Steve. I don't know what time we kick off again tomorrow, but I tell you what, these days they're long.